Wow, is it our time to party again together? Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Kismet. I hope you've been having a fantastic day. I've been over here working away like a crazy man, getting tons of stuff done. Sent out all of the games to everybody. Sent out all the gift cards. I upped them from $20 to $25. Congrats to everybody who did win. Still working on those t-shirts, though. And I'm enjoying some strawberries. Oh, it's green. You can't see it. Ah, that's cool. The bowl is green. You can't see it. It's like, ooh, it's magic. It's a magic bowl of strawberries, everybody. Got a few strawberries left. Trying to finish them off. Don't want them to go bad. So I'll be chomping on those. Being very, very good. Man, there's something about when you stop eating so much stuff, heavy food, that your body just starts going, okay, cool. It's like, cool, brah. I greatly appreciate that. It's like you're not as weighed down all the time, which is great. So I was having some fun with my kids today. I got them Just Dance 2020, which they're having a great time dancing away using the Switch. And then I finally broke down and got them Animal Crossing, even though it could be a potential complete train wreck because you can only have one island. So we'll see how well they can work together, right? They work together as a team or they don't get to play, one or the other. That's an expensive game, too. Holy mackerel. It was like $65, that game. But oh well, I'm sure they'll have some fun. You know, you can't put a price on the enjoyment of your kids, especially during the summertime when they're off, they don't have any more school. So right now they need some entertainment, especially since they are stuck here at home. There you go. An afternoon Tuesday at Kismet stream. This is Satisfactory. Exactly. We're going to play some Satisfactory and have a good time and get into some trouble. Later then, we're going to also play, of course, some Wastelanders, Fallout 76, get into some more trouble, see where we get to. Today, we're almost to the main nukes. We're almost to that level 50. And then, of course, the game starts really accelerating, I find, because we're always like in the middle of dropping nukes. We're always in the middle of running and doing all sorts of crazy stuff. Very, very fun. So yeah, we're going to do that a bunch. First, I got to say thanks to my mods. Let's see. We got Game Killer in right now. I saw him in the chat. Make sure to say hello and say thanks for all of his hard work behind the scenes. Also, Wolford coming in, Wall, Big JP, and Nushki coming in all night tonight helping out. I greatly appreciate all my mods. They do a lot behind the scenes. We had an awesome meeting yesterday. Man, we were kicking butt yesterday. My mods were just on top of it. Pretty awesome. Finally feel like I'm getting some stuff done. I'm always, but then again, you know, I'm the type of person that I get one project done and I add two more. I'm that guy. So that's why I rarely ever get all my stuff done. But I try as best as I can. Yeah, let's get into it. Who's in the chat? We got Blair and Fire. Let's give them 1,000 kids caps. Congrats also to Blair and Fire. Win that $25 Steam gift card. Congrats on that. Have some fun. Hopefully you find a good game that you want. Or save it up for a game that's coming out. You never know. There you go. Thanks, Buckmiss, coming in. Give him 1,000 kids caps. Who else we got? Razor X needs 1,000 kids caps as well. Saying hello. We got Batu USAI7. Batu is oh boy, I butcher everybody's name. Thanks for coming in. And Chillin' coming in saying yo, what's up? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. TR Jeff says, kids, are we going to start Enclave Quest tonight? Shh, don't mention what. Spoiler, Jeff. Spoiler, bro. Spoilers. Maybe. That's spoilers, bro. You don't want to say that. No, but people don't know that's in 76. Some people never played it. So yeah, we're going to do that later. Absolutely do that later. Batosai. Is that how you say it? Batosai. Well, just know that I butcher everybody's name. It's actually part of my charm. So if I say it wrong, feel free to go ahead and correct me, and there's a 20% chance that I'll actually remember it later on, or I'll give you a nickname, which is easier for me to say. One of those two things will happen. But thanks for being in the stream. I greatly appreciate it. You know what time it is? It's time to play some games. Let's go. If I can press the right buttons, let's go play some games. Let's do it. All right, everybody. Oh, we got the my thing up. There we go. We're going to play some Satisfactory here in just a second, but first we want to go ahead and fire up our Stream Raiders. If you've never played Stream Raiders, oh man, this game is so fun and addicting. We're going to go ahead and get this going on. Where are we at? Wow, we're way up here. Oh, look at these little ticket things. Got a whole bunch of bonus tickets up there. Oh, now look, I was slacking on this and I'm not getting my bonus tickets. Oh, look at that. Oh, we're going to have to step it up, everybody. We're going to have to step it up here in Stream Raiders. Now, this little side game we play. Wow, I got a whole bunch of tiers I didn't even collect. I was running battles yesterday for 11 hours. 11 hours while I was doing just a ton of other stuff. I do a bonus stream for you guys. Now, know that my battle streams are not a replacement. I wouldn't have been streaming anyway. They're bonus streams on top of my normal streams. Just sending you guys the love so you can go and unlock all of your tiers here. Look at this. Holy mackerel. Holy moly. We're tier 25. We've only been doing it for a day or so. Nice. All right. We're going to keep this love going. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to play until we get to a level where we feel like, okay, like yesterday, I did one that I started a little bit too early, and it literally came down. It was like 6-2 at the very end. We had 6 people left. All the ranged and the healing classes were together. All the tanks and all the DPS got wiped out, and the range brought in the win. So great job to all my ranged peeps out there. This is a double gold one right here. So we're going to get tons of gold today. So we're going to get into that as well. So I say let's go for it. Let's get it fired up. Let's hope we don't have an extra hard one. I don't know why sometimes we start with like a really extra hard one. So just in case, I'm going to go ahead and bring in the Tycoon here instead of bringing in my DPS. And we're going to set this as 50 troops. Now, all of you and my mods should be watching how many troops I'm at, because I'm not going to be watching. I'm going to be playing Satisfactory. So you guys watch. Now, the second we hit 50, I want all of you subs out there to spam my Wasteland Tycoon guy, right? My skin from in there. I'll spam it in the chat so you know what he looks like. There he is right there. You can see him on the screen. Plus, you can see him now in chat. You spam that guy. That'll let me know, Kismet, we're at 50, and we're ready for the battle, all right? So we'll go ahead and start that one the second we hit 50. We don't hit 50, then we'll let it go for the full time, and then we'll go from there, all right? All right, so let's get into some Satisfactory. We're going to say continue here. Now, man, we've been doing some fun stuff in Satisfactory. If you've not discovered Satisfactory, it is incredibly, incredibly fun and addicting game. We're going to go in and we're working on our oil, and we're using our oil to produce more power as well. We've unlocked the ability to do fuel and all that other kind of cool stuff. And here we are in my kind of storage area where I've got all my different storages going on and whatnot. I always try to remember what is my light key? What is my light key? B. B is what it is. Yeah, so this is my storage area. I've got some offline stuff running over here. As well as we've got a gigantic factory hiding back there that we're working on. Now, I can't quite remember. I think we were working toward computers and heavy modular frames. I think that's what we were working on. We're working on power infrastructure. Yeah, we're working on fuel generators. That's what we're working on. So we're trying to get 50 heavy modular frames, and we're trying to get 100 computers. And we're trying to get the whole process of that up and running and get it automated. So we're going to go ahead and go down the tubes here. I love it every time, man. I love these tubes every time. Super cool. So we're going to head way off to the other side of my factory. And as you can see, I have a whole bunch of stuff running here. Plates and all the standard stuff that you typically go, screws and all of that as a base. But over here, this is where we're really gearing up to create some seriously humongous builds where we can go in and try to get our computers and heavily modular frames going. Now, way over here on this side, we've piped a whole bunch of stuff. Now, if you've not seen update number 3, they've added fluids, they've added hypertubes, they've added all sorts of stuff. Now, at first, it may seem, oh my gosh, this is totally complex and blah, 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 blah. It's really not that complex. If you build it one thing at a time, just like anything, just like a human themselves, it's all based on the simple elements. And more simple elements you add, the more complexity you add over time. But it's really not that hard. It's not that hard of a game to get into. It's not that hard of a game to figure out. And plus, I'll give you a bunch of Kismet tips here that'll help you along the way. Now what we're doing over here is we're producing some plastic, and that plastic has both the actual final product and also waste material. In this case, it's got a bunch of waste material going through here, which is heavy oil residue, and that's running into here. Then we're taking that heavy oil residue and we're turning it into what's known as a petroleum coke, which is basically like coal. And then we're running that over here to be run into our power systems. Now on the other side here, we have made two of them, as you can see, because on this side, we're not just producing plastic, we're producing rubber. Now when rubber is running in there, rubber is producing twice as much residue or waste product, and that means it's producing twice as much ability for us to produce power, right? So it's basically producing the waste material of this is powering these power plants, which is powering the waste material thing. So you've got this cycle of power that you're always trying to generate here in Satisfactory. Another great one is I've got other coal over there that I've coal plants that I'm running the coal in, I'm running the water in. Now when I run the coal and water in, it makes the coal mine and the water extractor run. So it's a cycle of power, right? The coal and water make the power run, and the power runs the coal and water, right? That's how the power systems work in this game, right? They're very circular in that way. So as you can see, we've got a bit of a system. You know, I love to have all my stuff off the ground. I like to be more vertical with all of my builds. So we've got a whole bunch of power running here. Now we've also added some power around this side, and we've added some water over here last time, which is now powering all of these. Now all I gotta do is look at the smokestacks up there. We just powered this up right at the end of last time, so you can see we've got plenty of power, and we can see our water's coming in full strength because our thing is really, really wide there. So looking good. Looking good. Did you manage to sort out the power problem you had previously? I missed the end of your last stream. I did. Right here, you see that we added more power, and we sorted out the ups and downs of our inconsistency of our power. We had a couple problems of some of the stuff was disconnected because I was running the wires. We had a couple problems of how the stuff was flowing in, and of course the rate at which it was flowing in, and so on. So we fixed a lot of that, and now, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Running wonderfully right now. Now also over here we have rubber running into here, and it's running up into this top part here. I believe it's this one. There we go. And you can see it's full of rubber there. And then what we're also doing is running that rubber down and across into this right here. Now these right here are kind of fire up ones that we need. We need these particular ones so we can make modular engines and we can make heavy modular frames, right? So in the modular engine, which is what we're trying to do here, we need motors, rubber, and smart plating. But actually what we need first, before we get to doing this one here, which is, it needs heavy modular frames, we're going to do the easier one, the modular engine, right? So we need rubber, we need smart plating, which we've already got both of those. And we need motors. Now motors, we need a whole bunch of stuff to make motors work. And we, of course, brought other materials from way out there all the way into here, including a whole bunch of stuff here. Which I don't see it flowing down, which means there's something going on over here. Why is that not coming down? Oh, I haven't connected it. I haven't connected it yet. Okay. Yes, I haven't connected that yet. And then over here, we have a bunch of iron that we need to run in as well to get that going. So we're going to work with both of those. We're going to run over this way. Now, I currently have skates on right now. Whee, whee, I can jump real high. We're running it right to this box right here, and we're diverting all of these into here. That's what we're doing. All right, we're diverting those into there. We were finishing up this diversion. We're trying to get these poles in there. To use these poles later. I remember now. All right. And so we're going to use our faster lift. So it's going in this side. And we want it to come out here. Again, watch the green arrows and orange arrows. Green are out. Orange are in. So we'll go ahead and just line that up. And that's going to start to go to the lower box. And this. Now, I prefer to start at the top and work the way down. I feel like that works a lot better. Here it comes. It's coming down there. And it should start to come out on our conveyor here. Yay, there it goes. All right, that's going to run down our conveyor and give us those particular pipes, which we're going to need later on. But right now we need motors, and motors. Now, oh, I forgot to pull it up. Hold on 1 second here, everybody. I forgot to let me tab out real quick here and bring up our things. Now, I go a whole nother level, everybody. Prepare for the mega stream, right? Nobody else takes it to this level, everybody. Only me. That's because I'm both a graphic designer who thinks with the creative side and also someone who thinks with their logical side. And we're going to have some fun today getting into it. All right, so what I did is I brought up my awesome guides or charts here that I use. I designed all these from scratch. So I go in and you can see kind of a little bit of what we're doing. Right, look at all these charts, right? A whole bunch of charts which tell you how to do like copper sheets, how to do wires, how to do cables, how to do cement there, all sorts of stuff. And you can see I have all of the things in there, and we're going to be working on them as we go along. Now, way down here at the bottom, we need wire, right? So you're going to see me sometimes open that all the way up. Sometimes I'll have it kind of half screen so you can kind of watch the stuff run while we're doing charting as well and whatnot. So you can see we have those now flowing in. They're going to fill that box over there, and we're going to get that going on. Now, one of the things we need to do, of course, is to create wire. And let's go back over here and let's check on, or actually we need to get our other thing up here. We need to get our assembler up. Because what we need to do is we need to make motors. Now, to make motors, we have to start with the motors first, right? So you say motors, I need rotors and I need stators, right? And then you say back from that, I need to have a couple things here, and I'm just going to put them in a random direction. Doesn't really matter right now. Stators need steel pipes, which is what we're running right now, and we need wire, which is the chart that you just saw. There we go. Every time I see the schematics, it blows my mind. There we go. Rubber builds up quickly. It does. It does. And then over here, rotors, we need iron rods and we need screws. So this side needs to be iron rods and screws, and this side needs to be steel pipe and wire. Now, we already have the steel pipe, so that's part's done. But we definitely need to do the wire. And the wire here needs to come from copper. So that's probably our biggest problem right now is where we're going to get that copper from, right? And we went and we found some way out there, way out here, some copper nodes. So we're going to go ahead and look again. Copper ore, bam. Way out there. We're going to jump along here. And we've got hypertubes that allow us to basically just fly along inside these. There we go. And we can take them way out here. We can see this is copper ore right here. And we're going to get some iron ore in a bit. I meant to call that copper ore. I think I called that iron ore earlier. But this is copper ore. And we ran it way out to here to this copper node. Now this copper node right here, you can see is at 120 per minute. That should be more than enough for what we need. So let's go ahead and head back again. We really need to stop right there because that's where we're going over there. We might put a break in there as well. Now over here, you can see that we also have some iron going here, and we've got some iron going over there. Now there's a ton of iron over there, and we'll go over there later. But right here, we're using two normal nodes, and then we're doubling them up using a level 2 extractor, which gives us 120, which is a combined of 240. That's a lot of iron. A lot of iron right there. So we're looking good. So this iron is being pumped out of both of these into this rail here. So now we have both copper and iron running along this line, and we already did that last time. So just kind of catching you guys up on what we did last time. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use that copper, we're going to use that iron, and we're going to run it in there, and we're going to have it make both of those things, right? Now, the biggest problem whenever you're doing something is going to be space, right? Now, eventually, by the way, I will tear all of this down again, right? I already did it once, but we're going to tear it all down again, and we're going to create more of a central hub, and then we're going to start building factories, vertical factories that we will start putting each bit of production into, and we'll run it into a central hub, and we'll do all of that. That'll be a whole nother level. First, we have to unlock all of our tiers. We get our trains. We get all of our stuff. unlocked, and then we're going to go all out, right? But right now we're just trying to get enough resources that we can send into our space elevator to unlock the next tier of items, right? And then also where it'll just continuously make those items so we don't have to micromanage them all the time. So let's do that. So we've already got 2 out of the 3 elements that we need. And all we... Oh, look at he's just sitting over here. Come here, you. Oh, not enough space. Not enough space, eh? I've never heard that before in any game ever. He says knowingly that's not true. All right, there we go. Okay. So we need our one more element, which is our motors. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and do our chart here. So we're going to go ahead and get this out. So let's go ahead and first work with our copper. Now we've got a power line running right here. It's kind of in the way. So what we're going to do is we're going to dismantle this power line. We're going to take it. We're going to cut it across kind of over here out of our way. And then cut that across over to there. There we go. Now we've got a bit of an area to work with. Now when we're coming in, we're going to go ahead and bring up our chart. And we're going to try to find out where the heck I put it. There we go. And we're going to take a little closer look at it here. We're going to zoom in on it. And then we're going to get back to actually building it. So we've got a normal mode. Now actually what we have is we actually have 2 normal nodes. Like this. Oh, like this, not pressing the window key. There we go. So we have 2 normal nodes. So this is actually 240. There's a lot of it coming out of here. So we've got to go a little bit extra here at the beginning of the chart. At the beginning of the chart here. Where before we go into this, right, which is going to make our wire, we actually have to have it do this right here, which is it's going to... Oh, actually, let's bring this down. We're going to have it split first, right? We're going to have it this part split. Now, this is when it's awesome. Watch this. This is when you're scaling it up big time. So if I say this is 240, then that means this is going to be 120 and 120. And I'll zoom in on it so you guys can see. This is going to be 120 and 120, right? So it's coming out of here. It's going into here as 120, 120. So what that means is that basically instead of just creating this, this is going to be over here. And this is going to be... Oh, dang it. I keep hitting the Windows key. Stop that. Stupid Windows key. Windows key is the most useless key. All right, there we go. So now we're going to have this. That's a lot of wire right there. That's an insane amount of wire. But guess what? That's what we're going to do. We're going to get her done. We're going to double that up right there. And here's what we can do also for those who want to see it. We can go in and we can go ahead and create some lines so you get the idea of what's going on here. This is going to go to this one. And this is going to go to this one. Now again, this is what scaling up is all about, right? Now we're going to be producing basically 240, 480 wire. And that may seem like a lot right now, but it's really not. As you get up into the higher and higher tiers, you've got to scale up. You have absolutely got to scale up your production and keep scaling it up and keep scaling it up because the higher end stuff comes out at like 3 per. So you got to get, multiple of those suckers running at the same time, or get it running, go AFK, come back in like 5 hours, and then it'll be fine. But you definitely need to scale it up. So that's what we're going to do with our wires. Now, the most important thing when you're scaling stuff up is to work from the widest element, right? In this case, it's our constructors right here. Our constructors are going to be our widest elements, and you can see that I have them in groups of 2, right? So 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, etc. Right? So if we look at it, they're 8 wide in groups of 2. In this case, it's going to be 16 wide because it's going to be 2 of them, right? Running parallel. It's going to be 16 wide. Now let's just go take a look at that in game. 16 constructors wide to get just a general idea of how big that is, right? That is pretty big when we do it. So we're going to go ahead and put our constructor down. Let's go ahead and look for a nice little spot. Let's say right here. Let's start right here just randomly. And we'll readjust this here in a second. So there's 2, 4, right there. Oh, I don't even have enough resources. I got to run back over here and grab some more wire. Let's hope I've got some laying around here. Oh, yeah, plenty. And so, what were we at? 1, 2, 3, 4. Where this is number 5. Number 6. Let's hold down control. Make this a little easier. Number 7. There's number 8. Now that's half as wide. Half as wide right there, everybody. Like I said, you got to really super scale, right? This is going to be so much wire. We're going to have wire coming out of our ears. But that's okay. We need lots of wire. We need lots of stuff. Now, the biggest problem that we're going to have here is we're not going to have enough space. There's just not enough space in this area to build all that wire and then come back and build all the other stuff that we need, right? And again, let's go back and let's go ahead and build an assembler and put it over here so we can just kind of switch it around and look at what we need. All right, so again, let's do this one, stators first. So steel pipes and wire. So we already have the steel pipes, that's fine. But we definitely need all the wire. So here we go like this. Now, in theory, what you could do is you could build a whole nother level, right? And you can start to build in a vertical way. Now, if I try to, put my cursor up here and try to build on top, try to aim on top of that, it doesn't quite work. You can run around, climb on the top like this. It's not like No Man's Sky where you can put stuff on the top of other stuff, so it doesn't work, right? But we could, in theory, do that by actually starting to build vertically, and that's what we're going to do today, right? Just a little bit, not too grandiose scale, but just a little bit today. Now, this isn't my first day playing this game, by the way, everybody. I know some people are wandering into my stream right now and want to tell me all sorts of stuff, and I appreciate it. But please refrain from backseat gaming or anything like that. I do appreciate you coming in, though. All right, so let's try this. Now, let's see. That's 2 up, and we can see that that is not high enough. So let's go ahead and take this out, and let's try 3 up this time. I like using the metal walls. That's just me and my crazy ideas. Now, here's one of the great things about this game. Look how I can just aim at the corner, and it knows that I want to put one up higher. It's just so wonderful. The building in this game is second to none. All right, here we go. So we're going to go ahead and build an upper level across here. Now, this is going to be fun. When you start working in a vertical fashion, it really does get fun. You start figuring out the logistics of your base and all that kind of fun stuff. And just to make this look legit, right? You know how I don't like stuff floating, or maybe you don't. Maybe you're new to my stream. I don't like stuff floating. Even though you could make it float if you want to, I like it to look legit, like it would really be holding it up. It almost looks rounded. Look at that with the shadow causing that in part to kind of look rounded almost. Okay, so there we go. So we've got our lower level and our upper level. Now, to get up to the upper level, we need some way to get up there. Now, there's many ways you can do it, right? Now, I just like to use the stacker. So I go in and I put the pole stacker like this temporarily. And they've got stairs and all that kind of stuff you can use as well. But I'm just going to put a pole stacker, and that's going to allow me to get up here easy peasy, right? You can also use the side of a storage container. That works awesome as well. But we're going to get up here. We're going to build some on the second level. So this will be the first time in this playthrough that you guys have seen. Some of you have seen me do this before. But in this playthrough, this will be the first time we've been doing more multi-level building. And so there's just no way to take up... We don't want to take the whole area for wire, right? We want to go ahead and run the wire. But we want it to just take up the smallest amount of space possible. Right here. So we're going to look at how this is set, right? And we can see that it's inset just inside this line, and this is going to line up to it up above. So we want to have it pretty close to the same thing. Now, one of the problems, though, is if we do try to put a conveyor lift, we have to watch out. I don't like stuff to clip either, but I think it's perfect. Look at that. Perfect. 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 All right. We'll work on that a bit in a moment. And then we'll come back up here. And we'll put our other 8 constructors right over here. Now, do I have these going the right way? Of course I don't. That would be too easy if they were going the right way. I'll do that quite often, especially when I first get into the game. I'll have them going the wrong direction. That's okay. Now, if you make a mistake, you know what you do in life? My bad. Made a mistake. Then you move on. That's life. All right, I'm going to put that one down so I can use this one to align to that one. And now they're going the right direction. There we go. Now, to make this go faster, I'm going to hold down Control, so that'll be number 3. Number 4, allow me to recount these two. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Perfect. Easy, right? So if you make a mistake, take it out, redo it. No problemo. You're good to go. All right. And then up over here we go. All right. We'll take this one out again just to make sure where we're at. This one right here is the one we want to be. Right here to line up. Okay. And so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go ahead and take this constructor. We're going to line it up how we have it lined up down below. I think it was like that. Let's go see over here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. And we're going to hold down Control, which is going to snap this one to the other one. And there's number 3 and number 4, 5. There's 6. There's 7. And there's 8. Now, there's 1,000 different ways of doing this, by the way. There is so many different ways to do this. It's okay. If you have a different way of doing it, maybe you want to stack 4, 4, 4, and 4, and 4 if you want. Or you want to have 4. Or maybe you want them to go around in a circle. Maybe you want them to go 1 at the bottom, 1 right here, 1 right there. Whatever you want to do. It's your world. You build it however you want, all right? You don't have to build it the same exact way as me. I just find this way super efficient because it's easy to do all of the inputs that we're going to need here in a moment. Now, if you have some cool walls, which I don't have unlocked yet, which we can probably go unlock right now. Let's go see if we have enough tickets. Now, here's a little trick, by the way. I don't have to run all the way back, right? I can actually just take my awesome shop, if I had some screws. Run over here and get some. Hopefully I have some extras laying around. I do not. Okay, we got to go get some screws. So what we can do is we can just put our awesome shop down, and we could put our... oh, wait, I go this way. We can put the awesome shop down, and we can put the the sink down and just grab it out of there without having to run back and get it. Unless you're out of screws. Then you got to run back and grab some more screws and grab some more stuff. And I always find myself, there's something I'm running out of all the time, constantly. Yeah, so I did manage to sort out my power problem. Now, if you have any comments or questions for me, feel free to put Kiz, K-I-S, or K-I-S-M-E-T, Kismet, in the chat. You don't need the @ symbol, by the way. You can just put it in there normally. It'll highlight in red, even attach itself to the top of my chat. And if I'm busy, if I'm building something, if I'm talking about something on stream, I always circle back at some point. So don't worry, don't worry. I love talking to people in chat. It's my favorite thing to do here in the stream, even more than playing the games. That's just the way I am. All right, so we got that. We were looking for screws. I think we've got a few of those laying around. Let's go see. Oh, yeah, plenty laying around over here. Let's get a good bunch of stacks of those. We should probably put some of this stuff away when we get to the other side. And back we go. Now, I have several hypertubes that go in different directions, but all roads lead to Rome, if you know what I mean. They all lead that way, which is where we're going. Here's another one that goes out, actually, where we're going, which is where I should have ran through first time. Because this one literally lands right by where we're working. Right there. Okay. Nice. Now, I forgot what we're doing. Oh, awesome sink. I could have just hit the awesome sink and stuff when I was over there. Put the awesome sink down. Put the awesome shop down. Then we can just access it, right? It doesn't have any power right now, so we'll run it some power. Like this. Now, see, it'll tell you your coupons from no matter which one it is. They're all tied together. So you can go ahead and just say print coupons. I've got my 23 coupons now. We're going to gear that up later on. We're going to run tons of stuff into there. And then we go over here to the Awesome Shop. Now, the Awesome Shop has these really cool conveyor walls, right? You got 1, 2, and 3 items that you can run up to there. So we're going to fool around a bit with those. We might have to readjust our stuff to make that work. So we've got those cool walls we can get. Also windows they have now, which is very cool. They have different attachments. Now this is not real life money, by the way. This is not a pay to win thing. It kind of feels like that, but it's all in game. It's all in game. So you put in all your excess junk and you use your excess junk to unlock all of these things, right? Like we already unlocked the conveyor wall mounts. We've unlocked the hypertube wall supports and other fun things like that, and the wall power and all of those. We've also unlocked the foundations, which are really cool. And we'll go back and we'll unlock all of this stuff. My favorite vehicle there. I have not unlocked this one yet. Super cool. Stairs, which is awesome, and railings. We've also got statues that we can unlock, all sorts of fun stuff. And various equipment like our coffee cup, beacons, ammo packs, and all sorts of stuff if you need that equipment. And then a whole bunch of resources. If you actually need the resources, you could, in theory, just run all the junk into a junk thing and then just literally go over here and get 500 wire and 500 AI limiter and 500 whatever that you need in the moment. Now, I kind of feel like that's a little, cheating, but I do need the silica here. But I feel like it's a little shortcutting, right? Like I can get 50 here. Like I need 100 computers, right? So I can literally use 12 tickets and get 100 computers and then bam, I'm good to go, right? If I want to do it that way. It's up to you. It's your game. You can play however you want. You got oil, you got resins. Now this stuff unlocks as you unlock stuff. There's some more stuff that's not in here yet because I haven't unlocked it in the game. I'm never in a hurry in my game. I take my time. I take my time and enjoy along the way. But right now we want wall attachments, right? We got door attachments, but I like the metal look, so I'm going to go ahead and add that to cart. I'm going to go, oh, we got a battle. Our battle's ready too. Well, that's perfect timing. Perfect timing. All right, buy all. We're going to spend our 7 tickets. Now we got our conveyor walls. All right, now we got our conveyor walls in here. We'll go look at our walls. There we go. So we can do 1, 2, or 3. And let's go see how they line up over here. So we're going to try 1 first and see if we get it. Oh, this thing, it's actually a little too close. A little too close to that. Okay, we might have to back that up a little bit. Might have to back it up. The upper one, we're going to have to back up. And we'll test it on that last one right there. But first, let's do a Stream Raiders battle because we want to keep everybody rocking and rolling on our battles. Let's go. 43 versus 20. Let's go. Trick is to get rid of these things as quick as possible. If you don't get rid of those quick as possible, of course, they're going to spawn tons and tons of spiders, like that one in the upper right-hand corner. But we got that one. Oh, we rolled right over him. Toast. Nice. All right, more gold to you guys. Arjar, getting the love. Back to the map. I'll do this tier stuff later. Let's go with the 1 skull here. Let's see how we do. I feel like this side's the side that needs the most love. Let's do that. Now, again, this one, we get to 50 peeps, 50 troops. We're going to start early, all right? Thank you so much, Sideboy coming in, dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Wasteland Tycoons. Welcome, come on in, relax. We're playing some Satisfactory, and then later we're going to play some Fallout 76 Wastelanders and have some fun. Okay, so we have a little bit of a problem on our 2nd level. Now, this is why you test all this stuff before you build it all out. Otherwise, it'll become an issue, right? So we're going to take this one out, and then we're going to go ahead and put a single wall conveyor in here. And then we're going to go ahead and put in our constructor. But obviously we can't put it as close as we did before. So we're going to have to put it a little bit inset. There we go. And then we're just going to see if it's lined up. Perfect. Perfectly lined up. Nice. And then what we do, we redo all of this. You'll find yourself doing that quite often, right? That you're redoing stuff. If you have to redo it, no big deal. Watch this. I take it all out in one shot. Bam. Just like that. It's holding down Control key, by the way. I'm on the PC. So holding down the Control key, you're good to go. I have not seen this game yet for console. If they do add it for console, that would be amazing. I will let you know if they do. All right. So in theory, if we line this all up, because this stuff lines up to these plates pretty well. If we line all those up, let's make sure we got enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, one more. Right there. In theory, if we line those all up, and then we put our walls in, we'll jump down to do that. Makes it easier. These should all line up perfectly with all of our stuff. So as you can see, our factory is starting to shape, right? Now we could do the same thing down here. We could create a little interior spot where we're going to just basically feed all these in here. Now we already know the rate at which these are going to be going because they're going to be wire. So it's going to be coming in at 15. Right, so we know the maximum speed of our conveyor is going to be 60 because we don't need a conveyor any faster than that because that's the maximum speed it's going to go. Hold on one second. Getting the dinner is ready text. Trying to be good. I'm trying not to eat bad food. I'm eating strawberries. Fill this in. Feel like we might need a doorway on that one. I don't think I have one with a doorway. We might have to unlock the doorway one. Let's run back on that. Metal walls? Yeah, let's go with that. All right, how much does that take? 4 tickets? We'll take it. Now, I suggest to get your tickets running and get your excess stuff running into the tickets constantly. When you have, just actually make a line, like make ore, and just run the ore straight into there. And just let it run, nonstop run the whole entire time you're playing the game. Because at least that's something. At least it's building up tickets. Like I have an excess amount of some of the resources that I'm making, and I'm just running them into there, so it's always non-stop running. So over time, I'll have those tickets when I need them, and that works very, very effectively. All right, so now we've got doors here. So we're gonna do, you know, let's do a center door right there, and a nice center door over here. Now I'm a bit of a door person, so I like to have lots of doors on different sides. There we go. So let's just say something like this. And we're going to start to encase our area here like that. So that's how you get a little factory started. Right now, again, we know that this is going to use slower conveyors, right? The slowest conveyor we've got, right? Which is just called conveyor belt. And then you have your Mark IIs and Mark IIIs. I've got that set to a button on the side of my key, or on the side of my mouse. I have a Razer Naga Chroma Epic, which has like 12 names. So I'm just going to literally just tell it, hey, run that into there. Run that into, oh, run, hey. Try that again. Run that into there. Run that into there. So on and so forth. You get the idea. Now, normally I don't like them to be at ground level because we're having a little bit of fun here, I'm going to keep these at ground level just to give you guys an idea of what can be done. Now, up here, those are not at ground level, right? Those are at a whole nother level. Now, we have to feed all of the stuff from the furnaces into here. So our furnaces are actually going to be back here, but our production is going to be up here. Now, this wall's a little bit far back. For me, I would prefer it to be more lined up with the rest of it so we have more room. Now, I'm never afraid to go and do this. To just simply go and take the whole thing back down again. You'll see me do it a lot. You'll see me go in and say, okay, nope, never mind. I'm taking this out. I'm taking that out. I'm taking all of this out. Now, watch out. See, when you get, sometimes, look, I got the floor, right? Sometimes you're going to get the wrong thing. So yeah, food's ready. Food's ready. It'll be there. So never be afraid to take the stuff right back out again. But be careful when you're taking it out that you're watching the number of how much stuff you're taking out and whatnot. so you don't accidentally take out stuff that you don't want, right? Like in this case, we want to take all the constructors out. I feel like the conveyors are pretty hard to take out because you end up hitting a lot of the floor stuff. So these are something that you might want to take out, you know, one at a time kind of thing. Like that. Like this and like this. Now, I'll build a lot of stuff. By the way, I pre-think all of my streams, by the way. About what I'm doing and what I'm going to be doing that stream and whatnot. So I have a general idea of what I'm doing. Now, sometimes I'll change the design as I go along. But I have a general idea. So what we want to do is we want to push this back a little bit too. Now that we've kind of learned that, right? That, oh my gosh, okay, this is a little too close. We want to go ahead and push that back so we're maximizing our space. Because later on, right? Later on, we'll want to come in and add all of our furnaces up here. Plus, we have to have splitters and all sorts of stuff where we need all of this room. So you got to be thinking about that in your head. That okay, wait a minute. If I do that, that's not going to work out, right? So you'll see me do that a lot in my stream to kind of give you guys an idea of my thought processes and whatnot as we go along. So we're going to go ahead and set this forward just a little bit. And then do the same thing. Now I'm going to take a break here in just a moment. You guys can watch my factory run here. And I'm going to go ahead and grab a bite to eat. Like that. There we go. Hopefully going in the right direction. Yes. And then that one's good. And then this one we need to take out. And then push that forward just a little bit. And there we go. All right, now we're getting a factory going on, right? Now, before you go through and you add a whole bunch of walls, I would go ahead and do a little bit at a time, right? Where you're not blocking yourself from being able to connect all of this. Now, I feel like this is when the game really starts to take off for me. When you get to this point where you're really kind of using walls, you're encasing stuff. And the best reason to encase stuff is your frame rates. You'll see, just in my playthrough alone, that my frame rates will start to take a hit, right? You'll start to see hitching, where it goes when you're running around and whatnot. The bigger that you build out in the open, the more intense it is for your graphics card to manage all of that. So eventually you want to start to build little factories. And now we know that all of those are connected. We know all those are lined up. Another thing that we're going to work on is our power, and there's a really cool power thing that we're going to do. I would love to unlock the windows. Let's go see if we can unlock the windows. How much are the windows? Let's go check it out. That's 9. How many we have? We have 12? Yes, please, give us some windows. Let's do that. Hopefully we have the resources for windows. All right, I don't even know what it is. I've never used the windows before. Never ever. So let's try this wall window. Oh, I should have done the metal ones. Is there a metal version of it? No, there was only the wood version. All right, that's fine. That's fine. We're just here fooling around. That's what's most important. So there we go. We got a window there. Oh, that's too freaking cool. That is too cool, bro. And you're like, Kismet, wait a minute. I thought you were enclosing it so it wasn't slow down your frame rate. I know, but aren't windows cool? Aren't windows awesome, bro? Now, they just added a lot of this stuff to the game. That's too cool, man. Let's back up and give that a little... Let that soak in. Right? Look at that. That's freaking cool, man. That's freaking cool. So now you're really getting into it. Now, why are... These walls are different. I can't leave it like that. They're, like, reversed or something. They're reversed... When I was putting the wall... Oh, wrong one. I was putting the wall in, they got reversed. Huh. This way? Yes. See, it's not only what you're building, not only the efficiency of what you're building, but it's how you're building it. It's the elegance of what you're building, how it looks, how efficient it is, all of that stuff. It is pretty awesome. How are you selecting multiple things like that with the remove tool? Holding down Control key on the PC. So I hold down Control, and then boom, you take stuff out. Do you know how fast things come out of the storage, or does it, is that just have top do with the best connection to it? It has to do with the speed of your conveyor belt. Your speed of your conveyor belt is what it's all about. Thank you. You're welcome. Windows don't hurt too much at a certain distance. They stop rendering the transparent part. They do. Yeah, that's right. They do stop rendering at a certain distance. Also, you'll see all of the stuff stop moving at a certain distance too, or it'll be very choppy. Like, you can't see it probably, but right here it's just going da, 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 like that, versus it actually free flowing, which is normally what it's like. You can see it up here. It's more free flowing like this. This is free flowing, and then the further away it is, the more choppy it gets to try to reduce the frame rate lag, because it will. Oh, there it was. You see it? It just happened. That was a whole pause and then went. You'll start to see that happen because I'm starting to get a lot of lines running in a whole bunch of different places, and it's starting to get complex. So you want to build factories, and then this is a super simple one. We're starting with super simple wire, easy. Now we need to make sure that we've connected all of our stuff in here, because I did disconnect some of these. So let's go in and double check. Come on, you. There we go. That's hard to get through here. These all look connected. Now, sometimes, by the way, when you take stuff out and you put it back in again, it'll work, or sometimes it won't work. Always be watching. Stupid light went off. Always be watching that it does transition from this one to this one. If you have the lifters, always take those lifters out when you're done building like your splitters and stuff, and then put the lifters back in again to make sure they're actually lifting and moving stuff, or watch the lifters and see that, because sometimes they don't. All right, so that is a lot of furnaces we have to get going, right? So basically, that's the front part of what we're doing. And now we're going to need a bunch of furnaces. Now, here's the thing about furnaces, right? Furnaces do not take up as much room as are, well, actually called smelters, but they do not take up as much as room. So if I wanted to do something like this, where the first one goes into there, and the second one goes up to there, that would be awesome. Except for, in the case of the furnaces here, if we say, okay, or smelters, where's my smelters not working? Oh, it's closed. There we go. So we got to make copper ignite. So we make copper ignite, it's going to be 30 in and 30 out, which means that one of these is going to be enough for both of these. So all we really need to do is line these up, and they're going to do both sides. Now, that's when you run into a problem. That's when you run into a problem, because now what you want to do to make it easier on yourself is to basically have it running in, right? And we can try to line this up off of that. Have it running in. Now, watch how much nicer this is now that you have this all set up, right? Look at that. So these are going to run the ones up above and the ones down below. So now you have it lined up, and because you're working vertically, it makes it so much nicer. But of course, we need to have it come out. We need to have it split, so one goes forward and one goes up. Now, when you have it lined up, great, but the one up above is not going to be lined up, right? So that one's going to be a tricky one, but we'll fix it. We'll fix it so it goes straight up and then curves and then goes in with our lifter. So now we need to say, oh, wait a minute, hold on. If this is producing 30 and these need 15, right? So we got to do a little bit of math. That's the easiest part of the math. You can go in and you can create your splitters. So we'll go ahead and put a splitter right here. Oh, if we had, that's our smart splitters. We don't need that. Just our regular splitters for now. And what do we need? Oh, why am I... Put it in my splitter spot. That's why it throws me off. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to line this up. Easy peasy. Run that into there. All right, we're good. And then we're going to go ahead and have the lifter take the other one and run it up here. And then we're going to run it to the left like this. We're going to kind of pre-run this. And you can try to figure out by looking at it. I find it's fairly difficult to do that. But let's just go ahead and take a shot at it. See how we do. Good enough, right? Good enough. You're like, Kismet, it's got to be perfect. It's got to be perfect. Well, if it's got to be perfect, you count these little lines on the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So hold on a second. Let's try it one more time, but this time we'll bring it right onto the 5, right? So we'll get our conveyor lifter. we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, and then right on number 5. And then we'll go ahead and run it in there beautifully like that. Now it's still up a little bit higher. You can still bring it down a little bit more. You can just look at the stuff on the side. I don't care that much. I just want it to work. That's the most important thing. So there we go. So we've got our splitter in. And again, notice how I started with that, and then I'm working backwards from there. Very important to work backwards and then forwards and backwards and forwards, because if you don't think about the widest part first, all the rest of your factory is going to have difficulty fitting in there. You're going to be taking it down and building it, taking it down and building it. Oh, it's time for a battle. Time for a battle. Thank you, Game Killer. Good evening, Kismet. That terrain drop at point is when the latitude of the forest changes to the higher LOD model. Look south, you'll see. Yes, it does do that, and I like to reduce frame rates. So I'll start enclosing myself so I can't even see the exterior eventually. We'll get into that. We'll get into that later on. Let's see. What am I doing? Don't want to get distracted, and I do got to run to get something to eat. So we're going to go ahead and put this right here. Now, normally, again, I don't like stuff on the ground, but for this illustration, we're going to go ahead and put that on the ground. So there we go. Now, I could have ran it from the other side. I could have ran that side and ran it up. It doesn't really matter what side you do it from. I like it to always be in the interior side as opposed to the exterior side. This is an exterior side, which is where I'm going to have my door. So that's what I don't want to do. Now, the problem is when you get to the other side, it's going to be out where the door is, right? But that's okay. I could probably put it on the inside and put them very, very close to each other, because look how close that is to the next one, right? So you got to watch out for that. But basically, that's what's going to feed both of those. And that's going to be a tremendous amount of wire. Now, we'll come back and we'll wire all of that up and we'll put all the rest of that in there, those furnaces, and we're going to keep working our way backwards. And of course, we're going to have a massive ton of splitters and mergers on the other side and whatnot to produce basically 480 wire. It's going to be a lot of wire, but then we're going to produce a lot of motors, and that's going to help us, or a lot of motors, and then a lot of rotors, stators, and then motors. There we go. So we can produce a massive amount of stuff on the other end, right? So we want to scale this up to a huge amount so we can scale the next step up to a huge amount, so we scale the next step up to a huge amount, etc., etc., right? And we're going to build more vertically today as opposed to usually working in a horizontal way, right? So we're going to start with that. Now, again, there's 100 different ways of doing the same thing, right? There's 100 different ways of doing the same thing. You can do it 100 different ways. You can feed it from underneath, right? You could have this go down and then come underneath and then come up and then do that. You could run it up and then come down from up above. You could send it to a central area and then run it out. You could do it out in the middle of nowhere. Again, there's 1,000 different ways, and the right way is the way you want to do it. That's how I always say, I'm going to play it however I want to play it. You play it however you want to play it. This is how I like to do it. All right, let's go ahead and line this up again, and we'll go ahead and line both of them up at the same time. Bam, there we go. Now, see, look, we're not going to have much room on that left side, so we'll have a problem at the end, but if we block that in part off, that's okay. I'm probably going to be running on this side the most, so I'll be fine. All right, then we just rinse and repeat all the way down, right? And then we have all of these connected, then we put in all of our furnaces, and they'll be all lined up, and then we put in all of our splitters and all of that stuff. Now, this over here is going to be running to something different, so that's why you see me have this huge stack of this, so it can backlog all of that, and we'll be working with that here in a moment too. But let's get up here on top so you guys can take a look at my factory. We'll find a nice little spot. Let's go find a little spot here. Let's actually go over here on this side of the factory. Whenever I'm building, I build in stages, right? I build in stages. Like the first stage of the game, I don't bother to build big things. I don't even bother to do all of this stuff where you have it multi-stacked and whatnot. Some of that stuff you haven't even have unlocked yet, right? So what I'll do is I'll build and just build to get to the next stage, right? Where you get to your space elevator. Then once you get to your space elevator, I literally took everything down. I took everything down and moved it all over here from the far side over there. Way over there. I moved over here by the waterfall because that's a nice place to be by. And then we started to build out little sections of the factory. Now, it looks a lot more complex than it really is. These are just one thing at a time, right? The first I'm working with plates, then I'm working with wire, then I'm working with kind of second level materials where you're putting 2 items in at the same time, and then we're doing, now we're up to 4 items that we're putting in at the same time. You just kind of work each little section one at a time. Now, one of the things that I'll do in the very beginning, though, is I'll go around and I'll find where all the nodes are once I have enough materials, and I'll actually put miners on each and every node. This way, I go, okay, I got another one over there, and I got another one over there, I got another one over there. It really helps a lot later on. You can see we're actually moving along the conveyor here. Let's get on the conveyor and just kind of get a little off to the side there. There we go. And then you guys can watch a bit of all of my stuff running here. Let's see, what's a good direction? I feel like this is a good direction. And then this just will non-stop run. As long as your power is good, you're good. All right? So I'm going to go ahead and take a quick AFK. I'm the only one on Twitch with a stealth boy. Don't believe me? Watch this. I'll be right back, everybody. Told you I'd be right back. Man, you gotta find someone in your life who's wonderful like my wife. She is an incredibly great cook. Oh, that was good. That was tasty good. All right, now I'm fired up. I'm ready to rock. That's how you do, everybody. That's how you do. All right, let's go ahead and we got a conveyor going in that direction. I don't think we do. Let's jump down. Whoop. There we go. And let's start going in the direction we need to go, and then we will do this battle. There we go. All right, battle time. Boom. Sorry for the delay on the battle, but sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. I'm a busy guy. Get him! Oh, we got this big time. It's funny when those little Venus flytrap things sometimes eats our crew. I've died a whole bunch of times to those guys. Oh, they generate little frogs. Huh, I just noticed that. Little frogs come out of there like the tower things that generate stuff. Ah, look at us learning new stuff. Boom, boom. Give you guys a love. I'm just gonna go through and keep the battles running. I'm not gonna be shouting out people today. We're just gonna keep the battles running. We gotta kick some butt, man. We're way behind here. Way behind. So come on in, jump in. We're going to go ahead and be battling all night long, trying to get that sweet loot. Come and join us, streamcaptain.com. Super, super fun, free to play. As well, everybody in the chat's playing. You might as well come and join us. It's a lot of fun. All right, so where were we at? We're doing this. We got this going. We got to put our furnaces in. Oh, man, we have a lot of fun to do here. Let's get to it. Let's get to the funds. Okay. Put that into there. We got to make sure this is an input. When you see the 3 lines, that's an input. You know that's good to go. Let's go ahead and do our single lifter. Again, this was 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I kind of feel like it's 1 down from the 5 there. Let's try that one. Oh, there it is. So 1 down from 5. All right. Another splitter. All right, now to speed this up a bit, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do all of the same type at the same time. So we're going to do all the splitters together. All right, so we can hold down control as well. That'll help us kind of line up a bit as we move along. There we go. Now also what this does is it keeps it aiming in the direction that you want it to go, right? Like, if you want the input to be on this side and all the outputs on that side, it will line all that up for you so you don't constantly have to redo that. Because that sucks. You got to go through and re-rotate it every single time. So we're going to go and say, okay, we're going to go all the way up to here, and then we're going to go 1 down. We're looking at the lines on the side right up here. Let me go ahead and get my little red arrow up here. There's lines that go across the side of it here. So I can see that there's a line up here, and then I just bring it down by 1 that goes over the top of that line. And then that is... Oh, and then that is what we're using. Let's go ahead and do all of that. Just have to get close to where you're at, and then you say, okay, it's kind of right about there. If you do it right, oh, that seems a little too low. A little too low on that one. This one too. Too low. Alright, we're going to go into full build mode here. Alright, we got all those going. We got them splitting, looking sexy. Okay. And again, we need as many of these. We need 1 per 2, right? So this is going to come out at 30. This is going to go with 15 and 15. That's what we need. So we're going to go ahead and just do basically 1 per, because we've already kind of pre-figured that out. Now, obviously, this is not following our chart perfectly, but it's kind of following along the same idea as our chart. We're not going to build it horizontally like we built it before. We're going to build it more vertically, which is what we're doing right now. Let's go over here and grab and see if we have more poles, which hopefully we do. If not, we're going to be running back for those too. Nope. Alright, let's store a bunch of this. Store a bunch of that. That's full. And this, don't need that many of all of that on us. And we can go ahead and get a bunch of poles. What else do we need here that we're going to run low on? Poles we've got. Rotors we've got. A lot of that wire and all of that. Okay, we just need poles it is. Wait, we're going this way. Let's go this way because it's going to be easier. Oh, and away we go. 780 supercomputers a minute. That's minute the goal. Nice. Is that the goal? Well, that's your goal. Right now, we're just getting her started. Not even anywhere close to that yet. Alright, so we got that going. We got to jump here. Now, see, the more you have to run back and forth, the more this time this takes. And I do this a lot because I'm always constantly forgetting something. It's kind of nice to move a lot of your resources from wherever you're at to another location. Like in this case, boom, I could just take all of those bars if I want to, just by holding down control. But I don't need that many bars. That's just more space I have to lug that around. But it's good to have kind of a backlog of resources where you're working. So as I'm running out of stuff, I'll grab a bunch of extra and just keep kind of moving it where I'm working until I build up a backlog of it. We also have the big truck unlocked yet, though we haven't made it. As well as we can put it in our smaller truck and drive it over there if we want. But we'll get around to all of that in a bit. First things first, we're going to make a whole lot of wire. Whole lot of wire. Yeah, it is pretty huge. It's actually a baby factory right now. This is actually a tiny factory compared to the factory we're going to eventually build. We're going to build a massive one, an insanely huge, a mega factory for sure. Right now, just getting started. We're in the kind of mid part of the game. Not really too far along. We'll get to that gigantic mega factory later on. When I put my wire back away. Don't worry. We're going to really scale it up. Scale it up big time. All right, we'll go ahead and take some of our stuff back out again. All of our wire. Our spikes. A little bit of something. We'll leave the rest of that stuff in there. I think for now. You know what? Actually, let's take a stack of that. Some of that. For sure. All right. I like to have a little bit of everything because you're going to be switching between stuff a lot. All right, we'll hit control. We'll line up both of them. We're looking at the green line there. So it lines both of those up. Sometimes it's a little finicky. Right there. I feel like that one wasn't right. Just as I clicked it, it moved back. There we go. Okay. And again, remember these are only going at 60. No biggie. That one's already in. Okay. Okay, so now those are rocking and rolling. Good to go. Now, one of the things you want to do, of course, is you want to go through and make sure that you turn all this stuff to what it's supposed to be on. Like this. Now, I don't really go and do this. I'm going to stop there. I don't really go and do that until I'm sure that's how it's going to be. Because otherwise, if I take it up, I have to end up doing it again. So you don't want to sit there and do all of that until you're sure that's exactly how it's going to be. Speaking of vehicles, I've got one right here. Currently in the way. Drive it off to the side there. Okay. Now we've got our wire going here, and we want to go ahead and basically run the wire into there and split it out and all of that stuff. Now there's multiple ways of doing that. You can do what I call center splitting, which is where you put your splitter right in the middle. Actually, I should probably put my splitter on my bar since I'm going to be doing so many of them here in a second. There we go. This is what I call center splitting. So if you're bringing it in, and it's going to split right there. In between these. Now, this is going to split between two of these, I believe. Let's go look at our chart. You're like, Kismet, you got a chart? Yep, one I made myself right over here. So look, this splits between two of these, but instead of it splitting this way, it's now splitting this way, right? So more vertically, right? So instead of it splitting over there, it's splitting from down here to up there. So you're thinking of it in a more vertical terms, right? And that's a difficult thing for some people to do. It's difficult to do that, but I feel like after you get it down, you're good, right? So we need to come in. We need to split over here into a 30 and 30 and go into two of these particular things, right? So we're going to run it in at 60 and then 30, 30, right? So we only need the slowest level speed things there, right? Now we need to do this a whole bunch of times, so there's no reason to do the conveyors now. What we want to do is just kind of do these in groups of twos, right? So we're going to go here, and then we're going to make sure we rotate this around. Again, normally I like them up off the ground, but in this particular build, we're going to go ahead and put them on the ground level just to get an idea of how quick and easy this is. Like that. There we go. And then, of course, we just, rinse and repeat. I hope you don't mind me speeding up. I'm going to speed up a little bit. All right, there you go. Okay. Now what we're going to need is we're going to need something else that splits, right? So if we go look at our diagram over here, we're going to go ahead and make it full screen here. You can see that we have two sets of this. Now, one set is on the top and one set is on the bottom, right? So these are feeding to the first 1, 2, right? Like that, right? So they're feeding the 1, 2. Then the next one over there, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So those are our 8, but vertically 8. So really, if we look at it over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then down, this is our 8. So this is our whole side right there. And now notice how much less room it takes because we're working vertically. So, and I could do the same thing. I could do 2, 2, 2, and 2, and 2. I could do it that way as well. Right, so you got this really tall tower that represents one line of that, or one side of that line that we're running. And so now we have to get the raw ore to go into the smelters, right? We're going to do all our power later on, but we got to get all the raw ore to go into the smelters. And this needs to be 60 and 60. And so if you back it up, you can say, okay, this needs to be 120 at this point. So we're going to go ahead and center line this. Now remember, you don't have to do it this way. You don't have to center line it. You can just put them all lined up off the first one and just run a long line, and that works as well. I just find the center lines look beautiful, so that's how I like to do it. I just feel like they're very symmetrical, very center line. That's how I like to do it. That's me. But again, it's your world. You build it however you want. So we're going to go ahead and line that up. Thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and line that up right there. I'm going to speed up a little bit. I think you guys got the gist of this. More plates. Let's get some plates. I should move all my stuff back here. I should move it back, but I'm probably going to leave it here because there's a whole bunch of stuff I got to build here in the front too. So this is why we bring extra resources right there. How we doing? 43. All right, we get to 50 troops. So let me know, everybody. Let me know. Yeah, thank you so much for the love. Appreciate that. Extra lemons coming in, dropping the dragon hammer, crushing the follow button, becoming part of the Wasteland Tycoons. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hanging out in the stream today. Appreciate it. Okay, so again, we're doing our reverse math, right? So this is 60 coming out of here. 60 then becoming 30, 30, 30, then going in there, splitting again, 15, 15, and there we go. Our math working out pretty easy. Now, we've just used the first level conveyor belts, right? The level 1 conveyor belts. So now we need to use our higher level because this needs to be 120 going into here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to start running out of room over here, right? This is going to be in our way. So once we start getting issues like that, then we say, okay, you know what? Maybe this would be better if I went over here and ran it this way. Now, I need to kind of look at where I have it so I can run it up and over or run it around or whatever I want to do. So I'm going to kind of run it over here a little bit, and then I'm going to kind of reverse this, right? So it's going the opposite direction. So you see the outputs, and these are outputs, and then the inputs up there. And then we're going to reverse it again if we have enough thing. Oh, we don't have enough poles, which is funny irony because that's what's in this box, a whole bunch of poles, which I always find funny, that you run out of the very thing that the box is going to be for. And there we go. So now what we're going to do is instead of running it all the way to there, we're going to take that out. And we're going to look at what conveyor this is. This is just this is an MK2 speed. So this is 120. And we're going to run that now up into there. And so we basically need to do what we did over here, over there. So we need to take this out. When we take this out up here, boom, it's going to drop all of that stuff into our inventory. Apparently there's not much up there. We're going to take this out. We'll take this out. How much is in there? Not that much. In here, now we're good. All right? And you're going to see it starts to fill up. Now, if I take out too much, what it's going to do is going to put one of these boxes on the top that we're going to need to access and take that out. But that's okay. What we're going to do is just run over here. We're going to click this, put all that in there, then come over here and pull this out, and so on and so forth. Now, we could sit here and we can do that all day, back and forth, but there's an even faster way where we can literally just go ahead and say, you know what, we're going to put some boxes back here. We're going to say, put all of our current stuff in those boxes, and then run over here with an empty inventory, and then easier, right? Then grab all of it, or grab all of that, and then this 1 or 2 trips much faster. Store all. Then up to here, store all. And then take all, take this out, and easy peasy. Got her done. All right. And then store all. Oops. That out of there. And there we go. All right, down we go. And then we go ahead and pick up, back up our stuff. So we'll have that. We'll go ahead and pick a few of these up as well. And then we'll go ahead and do our lifters. Now, whenever I'm doing lifters on a box, I always put it at maximum speed. The reason why is I don't want to wait around for it to make its way down. I want it to get down to the bottom one as quickly as possible in case I'm looking for it. There we go. That's going to come down and then down here. Now, here's how you tell. You go look at this one and you see if it's going up. Right? You can, well, maybe you can't see it, but right there, the numbers are going up. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. So it is feeding it from the top part down. And we want it to, want it to kind of backlog and backfill in there while we're working on stuff as well. So there we go. We got that nice and cleared out. Looking good. So again, we need 120s into here, 120 into there, and we need a nice 240 coming over here. So we got one more splitter to put in. And I actually got on my bar. We'll line it up off of this one, and we'll center line it as best we can. Just take a guess. We'll say something like that. Maybe a little bit back. Like that. Now we got to watch out. Now's the time to be very diligent where you're making sure you're putting the right speed. If you don't put the right speed right here, then the whole rest of your thing is going to be messed up. Right? Those are all 60 speed conveyors. This is a 120. And then we need a 240 coming off of here. And you can see that we're using a Mark II there and a Mark III up there. And if we go look, ooh, hello, there's a little drop-off point right there. Well, we add a little bit of safety net there. We go up here and look, we say, okay, what's on the top? Okay, conveyor ore is Mark III. The conveyor belt down here is Mark II. So that says, oh, hold on a minute. See, this is actually the 240, and this is a 120 down here. So if we go and look at our factory, well, wait a minute, we set this up as a 240, right? So what we want to do is we want to basically upgrade our copper if we want to really produce that much. Or what we want to do is say, you know what, never mind, Kismet was just joking. We're not going to do this whole entire side. I'm so bad. All right, so we're really going to feed 120 in here, and we're going to use this other side for something else. But you guys get the idea, right? You got the idea. And watch this. Bam, bye-bye. Dismantle. Take all that out. Oh, actually, I wanted to leave that. But now we're just going to use one side. We're going to use the 8 on this side. And this whole other side, we're going to let it do the other stuff that we need. We're just going to take this outer part out, by the way. And we're going to take and put all this back in a second. So we don't really need furnaces. So it's good to take your furnaces out and stuff out so that you make sure that you don't make a mistake of not splitting it properly later on. So I'm going to take those out. Let's put our conveyor lift back in again. Right here. You're like, Kismet, did you really do that on purpose? Yep, I totally did, because I said it right at the top of the stream that was a 120 coming down, didn't I? You guys, for those of you who are listening, said, Kismet, I knew that. I knew you were going to do that. I knew you were going to do it because I was paying attention. So this right here is a 120. So that means that that's the maximum input we've got. We don't need 480 wire. Did you really think I was going to create 480 wire? I might have, but I really don't need that much. That's way too much right now. But we're going to go ahead and use these other converters for something else. So don't worry, we'll leave those there. But right now we want to do our wires. So as our wires are coming out, they're going to be coming out at a 30, right? So this is 30, 60, and again, 30, 30, 30, 30, right? So 60 and 60, 120. So again, on the output here, we got to do the same thing where we go ahead and we start merging these. Let's go to merger now. Merger. And then again, I like to do split mergers, right? So it's right in the middle of the ones that are going to be merged. And merge. And there we go. All right. And then these just can be 60s. And this is something you do at the very beginning, right? This is something pretty simple that you do early on. You start with wire, you start with plates and all of that stuff. But I like to make a whole, not a splitter. I like to make a whole separate line when I get to this stage, right? So then I've got my basics already taken care of from before. And then I'm starting a whole nother line, which is for wire and all of that stuff. Oh, we ready? All right, hold on. Let's do it. Holy mackerel, 76 troops. Start early. Let's go. Try to get in as many battles as we can. Oh, we got this. I think we could have even started that earlier. Man, we could have started that at 50. All right, scroll that back. Grant rewards. Back to it. Game Killer coming in MVP. All right, now you're just gold time. Now you guys are just getting the loots. Now I'm going to put my healer in here. We're going to set this one for 25. 25 troops, and then we're going to start it. All right, so let me know when that hits 25. And then we're going to get it going on. Okay, so we got our wire lined up. Now we're going to need to bring our 120 over to here and into this right here. So let's make it easy. We've got a connection already there. We'll go ahead and make sure that we're at our 120. We'll go ahead and look again that we are making sure that this is bottom one is the copper, which it is. And then we'll go ahead and run our copper right to there. There we go. Very nice. Up and high, not in our way. And down, and it's ready to rock. All right, here it comes. Now it's going to go ahead and bring that on down for us while we're doing other things. Start to feed that in there and start to break that down. So 120 is going to become 120 is going to become 60. 60 is going to become 30. All right, that's looking good. Now we have some higher level power poles that we can use over here if we have enough stuff. We do. And we're going to go ahead and actually grab this from over here. And we're going to run all this power right here in the center. We'll upgrade our power pole so our power pole can have more lines. And so we've got it going from over there. Let's go ahead and start our furnaces up. Did you also notice that I stopped on the fourth one? I stopped on the fourth one there. All right. Uh-oh, we lost power. Now, we got to take a look at what's going on with our power here. How come we lost power? All of a sudden, dropped. Right? Why did it drop? Something definitely caused it to go. Right? So something happened to our power, and now it's off. So we look over here and say, uh-oh, it's this over here. Right? We can see all of these are off. Smokestacks are off, so it's something on this side. So let's see. Is it water? Ah, see, look, it's not getting enough fuel. Okay, why is it not getting any fuel? Let's go look. It ran out of fuel. Wow, really? All of it ran out of fuel? Wow, all of it ran out of fuel. That still has some fuel over there. Huh. Okay, we got a fuel problem. We got a fuel problem, and we're going to have to take care of that first. Now, one of the things that we'll want to do is we'll go ahead and pull out our little car here. If you run out of power and you can't get around, best thing to do is use your super elite car right here, only for the best of the best. I love this car. It's so fun. Very fun. Hey, Jabber, what's up? What's a good webcam to use for the Xbox One X? I have no idea. I use the Logitech 920. Incredibly great camera. I've used it for 5 years. I've had zero problems with it. I highly recommend that one. But one specifically for the Xbox, I don't know. I haven't used any for the Xbox. But if you want to see the equipment that I use here on the stream, you can go ahead and check it out on my website. I have an awesome website, kismet.gg. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. So feel free to follow that link. Go ahead and click on my studio equipment. You can see unboxings there as well as all my studio equipment. You can click on it. It'll take you to Amazon or whatnot. And you can do it that way. I highly recommend, by the way, if you are going to be a pro streamer, is to eventually have a PC that you can run all of your Xbox footage and all that stuff, so you can record, so you can do overlays and all of that stuff a bit easier. I highly recommend that. Even if it's like a laptop that you have, you could use your laptop for the streaming and then your Xbox for the actual gaming part. There's a lot of ways of doing that. Like you'll also see that on there. I have a splitter that I use that I run my Xbox and PS4 into my main machine, or I switch it out from my Switch and I can play all three at the same time. I can actually switch between them if I so choose. That's kind of hard to do simultaneously, but I'll switch between them based on what I'm doing with the community. So I highly recommend that as well. All right, so we're back here. For some reason, I've already forgotten. Power. Okay, so I've got one line right here that snakes across here, and it's for the whole rest of my factory. Right, so I'm going to turn that line off. Now, the reason why I turn that line off is so that when I start up my factory over here, right, which it already did, when I start up my factory here, it's going to run all of this stuff, including my ability to teleport or to use the hypertubes and move around. So basically, my whole transport system is on a separate power line than my thing. Oh, are we ready? Are we ready already? I think we're ready. All right, let's do it while I'm teleporting here. Or transporting. Let's do it at 25, see if we can do it. Oh yeah, we got that. No reason to let that run for 30 minutes when you're just going to run around and grab a bunch of gold anyway. We get to the bosses quicker, and then also every time we finish one of those, by the way, it's giving us 3 points, 3 points, 3 points, 3 points in the thing. Okay, thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome, you're welcome. Okay, so also over here, this whole power line over here is also part of that separate power that we're setting up, right? Our kind of transport power. We see we've got one working right there. These over here don't have any fuel. So we're kind of waiting for some fuel to make it into there. So let's go figure out what's going on with our fuel over here. Oh, wait, you can't see it. Hold on. You can't see it. My bad. My bad. Hold on.
Because we're still in the battle.
Oh, go ahead and do that. I got it. Thanks. Let's see. 1,000 kids cash for everybody for me screwing up. There you go. Let's go ahead and get into the next one. And I'm just going to put down my Centurion here in the middle so you guys can grab all the loot. Again, when we hit 25, we're going to start that one up early. All right, so we're going to run back, and we're going to see what's going on with our thing back here. All right, so we got this running out of here, our heavy plastic. And that should be running fast enough, I would think, out of here. There it goes. All right, now it's gearing up. Now, keeping your power going is one of the toughest things in the game. One of the toughest things, because you'll think you have it balanced, and then it will, because it doesn't really tell you perfect input and output numbers. There's nothing that says, hey, you need this much coal to go into this thing to make this thing work. Right? You don't know how much coal it is. The way you tell is if you have diminishing returns, right? If it's not feeding the fuel fast enough to keep it running, like you can see it's not. But then again, we have to wait for it to kind of ramp back up again. And because when we're using less power, it's using less coal, right? In this case, it's actually not coal. But it's using less of that item when we're using less power. The more power, the more coal that it needs, or the more resources that it needs to keep it going. And you'll see it start to catch up here eventually when it starts coming out at full speed. You can see they're kind of starting up and stopping and starting up and stopping. And what you wanted to do is get up to a point where it's a straight line, and then you're good. You can let it run. There we go. We're hitting that top edge. Going up a little bit higher. Let's see how our stuff is flowing out of here. So it's flowing out of there okay. But I can see that it's stopped. And I feel like the thing that made it stop was this over here. See, nothing's coming out of here? That's because our rubber had stopped. And because the rubber had stopped, it's no longer producing rubber, which means it's also no longer producing byproduct. And if it's not producing byproduct, it's not producing the coal, which is what's producing our power. So that's why that is off. And I hadn't realized it till just this moment. So all right, so we need some more coal or more rubber storage over here. So let's get crazy over here. Let's get crazy. We need a lot more rubber storage because we're producing massive tons of rubber here. So we need to look at how we want this to end up. We want this to end up, it's going to go in there. Or actually, we'll put it in at the very top. That's what we'll do. Then we're going to turn it that way. We're going to turn it that way. We're going to do a big one. A big stacker. Take this out. Right? And then what we want to do is we want this to actually end up over here. Now here's the interesting thing. If you try to take a stacker and you try to put it right there, it's really awkward, but you can. You can put it right on the end of a thing. But we need to make sure we know what speed this is going. This is going just regular speed, 60. Really? That's just coming out at 60? Or does that seem weird? What's this going in at? Hold on. Let's go see what this is going in at. This is producing it at 20 per minute. 20. This is 60. That's 120. So yeah, it's also going in at 120 and coming out at 60. So we need to speed that up too. So let's speed that up while we're thinking about it. Make sure that's the rubber. Yep. Okay, so that needs to come out of there at 120, and then it needs to rise at 120. Way up there. Might be a little too tall. Let's try something like that. Don't be afraid to go vertical, everybody. Don't be afraid to go insane vertical like that. All right, we might have a little bit of storage. A little bit of storage. Okay, now we got to go over here onto this side and say, all right, store that baby on there. Now, watch out. This thing, for some reason, always turns the wrong way the first time you do it. And then you got to, you know, once you do the next one, it has a tendency to work a bit better. And that's going into there, and this is going into there. And this one's coming down into there. Now the trick is you want to look in the bottom box. Now what I'm going to do is take some of this out of here, and I'm going to look and see if it's going up, and it is. You can see that it's actually going up right there. So that's good. Now what we're going to do is we're going to kick back on all of our production. That's back up and working. That's feeding up into there. There's a massive backlog now of that rubber. Now we can go back and look and see if the rest of the stuff's coming out of there. Oh, there it goes. All right, see, now it's back to producing, and it's producing that petroleum because it's getting the residue from all of this. Residue. And then it's going into there, and then all of these are now getting more coal. It's feeding in there faster. So that means that it's now feeding to the rest of the factory faster. And it means that we're getting a lot more come out of there. Now, it's going to take it a minute to ramp back up again. And what it's going to do is start to backlog. And that's what we want it to do. We want it to backlog a little bit. This way, when we have that backlog, we can then start up again without it kicking on and off and on and off and on and off, right? So we want to look around, see how our stuff is doing. Not quite backlogged yet. Once all of these are running, and then all the smokestacks are on. All right, we're getting some over here. I mean, that's a visual way to know right there, right? Is it feeding it fast enough? And it's not going to until, there it goes. It's not going to until this ramps up into a fast enough speed. And we've already balanced it from before, but now we know. Now we know if something stops, we're in trouble. Oh, more battles. All right, let's do it. More battles. Start early. All right, Richard Shadow, Peanut the 73rd, Rook Noob getting some love. Master Fluff coming in, overall MVP. Nice. Back to the map. We'll do that later. Boss time. All right, let's see how tough this boss looks. I feel like we'll just sneak in from behind, wipe them out. That's what we'll do. We'll group up right here and we'll bam! Wipe that dude out, go together as a group. Keep our ranged, our support behind us. I think we'll wipe them out. That one will run, let's run 75 troops on that one, maybe. I don't know. Sometimes it's a little close with 75. But let's try 75 and see how it goes. We're trying different amount of troops to see where that point is, where we just say, you know what, screw it. Let's go ahead and start early. Because again, that's going to give you more unlock more tiers of the event if we start earlier. So there we go. And meanwhile, while we're doing that, we're waiting for our factory to get kicked back on again. I see all of the smokestacks are running. We've got a nice consistent running of this. Let's go ahead and check for that backlog of materials. There we go. So that one's got 8. So it's 7. It goes up to 8. Is it going to go to 9? Not quite yet. So 7, 8, then 9. There it was. So 9. So we know that it's not diminishing. It's going up, right? It's increasing, not decreasing. So that's what you want to see. Now I'll let it run for a little bit longer here, maybe till we hit 10. And then I'm going to go ahead and put the rest of the factory on. And then it may still be diminishing. We'll see. We'll see over time. There's 10. All right. I feel like that's good enough. It's good enough of a backlog. Let's head back. We'll get our factory back on again. And we'll keep our wire expansion going here. So it's always good to have the ability to kick off the rest of your factory so you can work on power problems, you can work on that stuff while still having your transport. That's one of my favorite things that I did. Also, I painted a yellow road here so that I know not to build anything on that road. That road is for me to get from one place to another in a vehicle or whatever it is. Normally, I don't have that extension there, by the way. That was just there while we were getting in and out of that spot. I might fix that at some point or not. We'll see. So let's go ahead and put our power back on again. Like that. Now we'll go ahead and look at our power gain. We'll look at that. Whoosh! Just went and went way up there. Right? And we're going to be adding more and more and more to it. So eventually we will need to add power. But what we need to do is we need to get to a point where we're starting to add our next element into the space elevator. That's our big goal for today. If we can get at least one more element going in the space elevator that we can just let run and run and run, we'll let that run for a while we're working on the third element to go in there as well. We've already got the first one already going in there, so we're good on that one. Okay. Bye-bye. You can take that out. Okie dokie. Sort that. Okay, so we got one half of the factory now fired up. There we go. Very nice. Now this one has multiple attachments here, so I can continue to run it up there. And that'll be number 7. Now we don't really want to do that. What we want to do is go ahead and add another power line way up there on the top. Yeah, don't like it. Don't like it. Let's go up there on the top and utilize it from up there. I like to leave at least one line left so that you can come up here on the top and do that. Oh, we still got to do the rest of those there too. But we're in no hurry because we're not really working on that side right now. I can't even see it. Smoking away. All right, so here's another little trick that you can do. Instead of doing this, right, where you run the power line, you can unlock some other power things too. Like we've got a double-sided wall connector. Like that, right? So we can connect that to the wall connector and then run that to one side of the wall connector, and then the other side you can run to your power. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and try to put a power pole, let's say, right there. That one's running that one. And then run that power line here. And then we'll upgrade. Well, we already did upgrade it. Yep. And then we can just run this. The rest of those. There we go. Okay. Now up here, we need to tell it what we want it to be. We want it to be wire. Oops. Not that wire. Not that. That's cable. We want wire. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. All right, we got that one out right now. We'll fix on that one later. Okay, so now, in theory, it should be producing those and then running those into the certain spots and then running them up here. Now, oh, we lost power again. Something's not balanced. We definitely ought to work on that. Probably have to work on more power because that's always the way it is. So right here, we can see that these are not connected either, so we need to connect those in. And 2, 3, and 4. Nice. Okay, so those are going to start feeding into there. We're definitely going to have a power problem, something we need to work on. I'm constantly working on power because you're constantly scaling up and then you're constantly working on power. Yeah, so it must have dipped down below that point. Let's just go ahead and power it up again. Hope it keeps it going. Let's just let it run for now. Okay, so now we got this going. Our wire is now geared up, and it's definitely on this side. It's on this end. We could go and look for some more coal, I guess, and run it over here. Let's see if there's any on this side. That would be a big fat no. Oh, wait. I stand corrected. 1,300 out there and 1,200 out that way. There's coal. So maybe we could bring some coal back, too, to help us with our power problem. So if it goes off again, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go out there and get some coal, and we'll supplement this power with that coal as well. Because that's definitely going to need to be fixed. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and combine these. That's what we're going to do. Let's see. This is coming out at 30. Oh, I got my power pole in the way. I just realized that. Let's fix that. Now we're only working with these 4 on the side. Really, there's 8 because there's ones down below. We're going to go and fix that in a second. Your mergers. Merger there. Merger here. Merge those together. Merge these together. Now, the more you merge stuff and split stuff and all of that, the more you get this down. There we go. Went out again. So we're definitely going to need a supplemental coal. So we'll work on that in just a second. That's a splitter. We don't want a splitter. We want a merger. Oh, why did I get that set? Merger. There we go. Okay, this is coming out at 30, 30. This is 60. 60 into here. And 60 into here goes 120. So temporarily, we'll go ahead and put this into a box. At 120. Okie dokie. That's going to run into that, whatever it's got. And that is done. So there we go. So we worked in a more vertical way. That's good to go. But we definitely have a power issue. I thought I had that balance, but apparently because we are getting up such a high level of power, that this is still not enough to keep that power running, which is a huge bummer. That is a bummer. All right, let's go work on our coal. Oh, gotta fire that back up. Gotta go quick before it Before it cuts out again. I don't know what happens if it cuts out if you're in the middle. Oh boy, it is way, way out there. We're gonna need our vehicle. We're gonna need our vehicle. It's way out there. All right, let's go do some exploring. How much fuel does this thing got? 84. I got 168 on me. All right, cool. Let's go for a drive, everybody. I was trying to see how far out my my thing already was. It's not that far. That's a really long ways. So whenever you're going off the track, off the beaten track, I strongly recommend using your vehicle because the mobs don't attack you in your vehicle. Very, very good way of going way out here and searching for stuff. I could get that, but nah, I'm good. All right, we'll go ahead and stop right about here. We'll ghost ride it a little bit. And then, bingo. Nailed it. All right, let's go on an adventure. Oh, tons of water out here. Out of my way, tree. It doesn't want to move. A lot of stuff to get caught up on. I've tried. Okay, we got a slight water problem. Comes dude's gonna try to run at us. Get up on our vehicle. All right, 548. Holy mackerel. All right, that's way out there. But I don't see any poison stuff. That's kind of what I'm looking to see if there's any poison stuff in the way. And yes, I see that worm there, that slug. Don't really care about slugs early on. Later on, if I need them, I might mess with them. But early on, not so much. I feel like I probably want to build my way there. Let's do that instead. Touch of lag there, all right. Oh my God, Kismet, now you're screwed. You can't get back up. I'm a builder, baby. I can do anything. Oh, you want some of this? Come on. Come on. Hasta la later, bro. Builders build, right? You guys know what I'm talking about. That's what we do. All right, now number one, we want to make sure that we have our car, which I don't have it on me. I just realized. So I gotta have the car. Oh, looked like we dropped power again. Go find out what I did with my car. Still want to know what happens when it loses power in the middle of the tube. I think I drove it all the way over there, and then I came back. And didn't bring it back with me. Oh, there's one right there. I leave these cars all over the place in case I need them to run wherever if I lose power or whatnot. You definitely always want to have a car with you, because you can put it in your inventory pretty easily. Yeah, I left it right here. Pick that up. Back we go. I'd love it if you could add like split junctions, like if you're going along and if you hold down, say A, then you go off this way. If you hold down D, then you go off that way. I had to actually look at what the key was. Yeah, so it'll actually split. You can actually just kind of go, oh wait, no, I want to go this way, or I want to go that way at that moment. It's kind of a cool like Y junction. That would be super awesome. Love to see that in the future. That would be awesome. And thank you, Russ. Thanks for coming in, showing that love as well. Sorry, what did I miss? I had to take my son to bed. What was the problem with the power? Yeah, it was... it's diminishing because I'm adding more and more things to it. It's now no longer balanced. So now that I've added that one little part, the rest of the power is not balanced because it just is not producing enough stuff to make that run. And because that stuff actually doesn't make it run, it burns faster than actual coal does, we need to take some time to think about, okay, wait a minute, we should probably go and fix this power problem before we get too far into this and then say, oh, well, I got to fix it anyway. So that's how it's going to be. Now, I like to build my way. That's kind of just my thing. So we're just going to kind of build our way across here. Building up is way easier than building down. By the way, just a heads up. We're going to build way up here. Kind of the highest area. Like this. Maybe one more. Yeah, I'm filling even one more. It'll be way up here. See? It goes fast. Now, one of the things that's going to have a problem with is we're going to have a problem with cement. We need a tremendous amount of cement. So let's see if we have some of that hiding in the back of here. I don't have that much in there. I've only got 300. 300 is not that much. Again, we're just going to keep tinkering with our power and grab some more cement back here. Normally, I keep a bunch of that laying around. Let's see if I did it correctly this time and actually left some over here. Might as well take them out if they're empty. And empty. Apparently used it all up. All right. Run over here and see what we got. Really? Wow. Okay. I must have used a lot of... I used a lot of cement. I used all that up. I've got my skates on, so I'm going faster. Now, of course, I could go faster with my vehicle, but we've got another little spot over here that we've got some stuff stashed. Yeah, a little something, something there. There we go. All right, we'll go ahead and sort, and we'll take some of the stuff that we don't need off. What else I got? Probably rubber, don't need right now. Don't need this. Smart things, I can get rid of those. And back we go. We'll get this fixed. What we'll do is hopefully this will be a really nice node. We'll bring a whole bunch of it down the line here. Now what we can also do is we can also use our vehicle. Oh, we ready? Oh, we're ready. Awesome. What we can also do is we can use our vehicle to go ahead and bring the coal back if we want. Or we can set up trains and all the fun stuff like that to do it as well. But right now, we just need a lot of concrete. While you guys are watching that, I'm going to start building my way across. Get him! All right. All right. Another boss down. Some extra love for you guys. Tons of extra loot. And lots of peeps coming in the top there. Let's get a new map. Oh, yeah. Where the gold at? Look at this. We can do all of these. Get you guys a bunch of points. Let's do it. Let's do it. Tier 27 already. All right. Let's call this one 50. You know what? Let's start right here in the middle. I kind of feel like we start right here. Then we line up behind here. And we push down on these guys. We can push down either side. Sounds like a good idea. Let's try it out. All right. Now here we go. We're going out this way. And I'm already a portion of the way there. So we're just going to keep building. Now, one of the great things about this game is the building. The building is so finesseful. It's so perfect. But you'll still see me screwed up from time to time like that. All you have to do is aim at the side here. Does a really great job of anticipating in which direction you want to go. Then every now and again we'll hit this, which will tell us in which way the coal is. 300 this way. Man, it's kind of like in the water. What the heck? It's right on the edge of the water. My mouse is very sensitive. Uh-oh. We've got some toxic stuff going on there. Let's see if this is actually going to hit me with the toxic stuff. Or are we just out of it? I think we're just beyond it. Yeah, awesome. Perfect. I feel like this is going to probably be right on the edge over here. 185. All right, let's look down. Oh, right there. There's 2 coal nodes. Ooh, sweetness. Okay, now's the fun part. Getting from up here to down there. That's going to be fun. But here's an easy way to do it. What we're going to do is we're going to use our conveyor pole, and we're going to put it right here. Then we're going to go ahead and take our conveyor, and we're going to click on it, and we're going to run it way down there. But it's going to be too long, so we got to find a place we can go to that isn't super steep and is not too long, right? So like right here. And then we can take it from there, say down to there. And then from there, down to there. And from there, if it'll let me I'm a little too far, down to where we're going, right? So we can just go, wee! We can take little thing. Now we're above this toxic area, so we've got to watch out. I feel like that's going to work out perfectly, where we dodge all the toxic areas, even though I could go make a toxic mat. And then now we go ahead and just connect that across there. And a little too long. All right, we'll go to here. And it's too long there. Okay, maybe a little bit more here. We can fine-tune this as well. It's either too steep or it's too long on these. Now I could also create a ladder and do it that way, or I could step my way down with the blocks, and actually on the way back up again, I'll use the blocks to get back up. Right now, I also have a jetpack. I could have just used the jetpack to go down, but I thought you'd show you the conveyor way down. All right, come here, bro. Bring it. By the way, did you notice how low my health is? I always keep my health low for no reason other than it's fun. All right, what do we got? Impure. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Don't do us like that. Not like this. Where's the other one at? It's on the other side. Not like this, bro. Come on. We came a long way. Oh, I know I saw 2 nodes. Where's the other one? Oh, it's on the... literally right there in front of my face. Impure. I feel like this one's going to be impure too. Ah, okay. You did us wrong there. Did us wrong. So that's only going to be 120. But 120 is better than 0. So there we go. So now we need a way to get from way up there, which is by that toxic stuff, to get way down to here. Now, the interesting thing is because we've run this conveyor down, we can actually change the direction of this conveyor to going back up again by setting up these and then running them into that, which will turn the conveyor direction and actually make it go back up again. So all we really need is for this stuff to go back up there. That's all we need. So we can actually use our conveyor we've already made, though we're going to need to upgrade it. So let's get into some building down here. Let's do it. So hopefully we have enough materials. If not, we'll run back and get some more. Might need our craft bench. Definitely going to need our equipment workshop. Let's get to it. We're going to need 4 of these little bad boys. So let's get those going. There's 1, 2, 3, and number 4. Bam. All right. So what we're going to do is do some MK2s. Now the MK2s are going to extract this not so great note. Oh, no, we don't have enough of those. All right. Let's see if we can make any of those. We can. The MK2s will allow us to drain at 60. So when we combine it, it'll be 120. It shouldn't be too tough. But let's get her going anyway. Oh, one more. One more. You pick up some more encased industrial beams, that's for sure. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and just aim this. Let's say like that's fine. And then this one over here, we're going to need 10 more and some metal frames. Could have brought all that with us, but we didn't. Did we? This was nice about having a little bit of everything. Going in lurk mode, Yanni, thank you so much. Ooh, more water. I know, right? I'm always looking for water. Though I do have a tremendous amount up on top of the mountain, and we're actually running it down from the top of the mountain, so it's gravity fed. So you don't really need that many pumps. So it's actually coming down the mountain really fast and pushing it through the pipe toward our power. Though I'm definitely going to end up redoing all that power. You just know that that's going to happen at some point. But we have to get our stuff unlocked here. And that's kind of what we're doing, right? We're unlocking stuff as we go. Actually, I could just do this. Which would make this way easier, is clear this. And then add that. And then that'll tell me how many beams I need, which I've already got as many as I need. But that's a much easier way of doing that. All right. And then we'll go ahead and do this. Like that. And then we're going to go ahead and say merger. You know what? I'm just going to merge it on the ground. Very rarely do I build stuff ground level. I feel like it'll be fine. Let's give it a go. And then this is going to be 60. Let's just double check. Yeah, it's 60. So we just use our regular belt into there. And this is 60 here. Let's always double check. Yes, 60 into there. And then what we'll do is we'll take this out of here. Oh, it won't let me change the direction. Usually it will. Interesting. All right, well, that's okay. We can just replace what we've got with what we need. Right? Oh, I need to actually, hold on. We need to make that 120. I almost messed that up. Let's make that, oops, that's supposed to be 3. It's back to 2. There we go. Okay, so we changed our default belt that I'm using now to MK3. And what we want to do is take out all the belts, but not the connectors. Right, so we can reconnect that into there. So we'll connect this into here. Connect that up to there. And now normally it would reverse it. I'm not sure why it's not reversing it. Normally it does. But we'll see what happens. So we got to take this out so we can get up there. There we go. This guy can jump really high with these skates too, so it makes it much easier. See how I can get up onto these ledges a lot easier? Because I have the skates. Alright, now we're going in the right direction. I used to use these like we use hypertubes now to get where I'm going. Now, I don't need this one here, obviously, because we can just connect it up to that one. Oh, gotta take this out first. Connect it up to that one, so we'll do that. Like so. Take this one out. Here. Work our way back up. Whatever works, everybody. Whatever works. That's the most important thing. All right. Back up here we go. This always makes me real nervous. It makes me real nervous. All right. So we're actually going to run that along there. Now, another thing that we're going to need is we're going to actually need power to start this up. And this is going to be a long, long run. And I'm not going to bother building second level conveyors for this, because I know eventually I'm going to be taking this out for sure. So I'm just going to run this along in the bottom level. Also will act as a little bit of a rail so I don't fall off as much. And I'm out of plates. Always something, everybody. Always something. Just constantly out of something. You're always running back to get that thing that you don't got. But luckily, we brought our car. Back we go. Doesn't matter how much of whatever it is you got, you're always out of something. Now, at first, 1,000 is going to seem really far away, but after a while, it's not. Watch this awesome move. Ready? Here we go. Booyah! Nailed it. Nailed it! Now, when you're on the ground, by the way, you slide all over the place. Once you get on here, you're a little bit more manageable. Whoa, whoa, look at that. It's like Spider-Man's wheels. There we go. I could have slowed down and just not went flying like that, but that was fun. Don't forget to have the fun part too, everybody. Let's go. All right, we need a bunch of plates because we're running level 2s here. Tons. Well, actually, we didn't need as much concrete as I thought. Now, I happen to know where a bunch of plates are over here, so we're going to run over this way and grab a bunch of them. It's going to be quite a long run. Got a couple in there. Just a teeny bit. Just a teeny bit there. Some of that back. Take a lot of that out. Make this go even faster. You can go along the conveyors, which make you go even faster when you're running. It's really fun when you set it to 480 and it makes you fly up in the air, and then you have the jetpack. You're like, woo, da, 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 and you got your jetpack, which brings you down, right? All right, we got a serious power problem here, people. Got to get this fixed. Now, I feel like 120 is going to be enough to keep the lights on for now. And then we'll definitely have to come back and add more power later on. But what we're trying to do right now is build the components that will let us unlock the next level of our power, which is really going to help a lot. We're going to help a lot. And then we're going to work very heavy on oil. So we're getting a lot of oil power as opposed to relying on coal power, which is what we're using right now, which is funny because the very thing that we're doing right now, we are working to replace. What is this game? Well, it says right below the stream, right down there, it's called Satisfactory, and it is incredibly fun. It's a factory building game. That's basically what it is. So we build factories, we explore, we get resources, we convert those resources into the higher level resources and higher level and higher level and higher level until you're building really high level stuff. There's all sorts of animals and other things around, dangers afoot, including poisonous clouds, which you can just see just a bit up ahead there. And things like that to watch out for. Oh, I should have ran the power. Hold on now. Hold on. Let's run the power. We're going to go out here. We might as well just walk our way out with the power running. So yeah, there's a whole lot of things to do. You can explore a massive, massive world. Now remember, this game is just in early access. It's already a 10. It's already a 10 plus in early access. I give them huge credit for that. They put the fun in first, right? They put the fun in first. Then they're adding to the fun, adding to the fun, adding to the fun. Always the more genius way of doing game development than making it look pretty and then saying, oh, well, what is everyone going to do now? You kind of feel like that in some games. In some games, it feels like it's like the actual gameplay is an afterthought. Anybody ever play a game like that? Put a 1 in the chat. I definitely raise my hand on that one. For surezies. I played a game and I'm like, what's the point of this game? Game has like 0 point. Oh, I had some in the truck too. Good to know. Hold on, let's stack that all the way up. There we go. Okay. Oh, and I had some in the truck too. We got rotors in there, all sorts of stuff in there. Okay, well, we got rotors and bars and things if we have need any more. Actually, I could probably take some of these out. Put them in there. There we go. All right. Now we want to go ahead and pick up our vehicle. Now, the reason why I want to pick up our vehicle is we're going to do a lot of walking, which is what we got to do to run these power lines. I'm going to actually switch sides on the power line, put it over here. We're just going to run as far as we can until it says wire too long. A little bit of lag action there. Now, I could count it, or I could just wait for it to say wire is too long, which is way easier. Getting there. Now here's a cool thing about wires. is you can run wires a really long ways. I can run it down there, and then I can run it from there down to the rest of that. So that'll go a really, really far away. Now, even though this is going in the opposite direction, I can actually backtrack against it, depending on how fast it's going. Now, it's sometimes a little awkward, like you saw there. But you can hold down Shift to kind of counterbalance it. It really will throw you off when you're trying to reverse your way down one of those. Whoa. And then we're going to go ahead and just run that. Let's run it over there. And look how far away you can do stuff in this game. That's what I really like about it. You can work really, really far away from your origin point here. I don't have to run on that anymore. But we do need to get a little closer to get that one going. Okay, now we're gonna at some point we're gonna fire this up, right? And these are gonna fire up and send the coal along the way. Now it's definitely going to keep cutting off, so we're gonna need to cut off our main production until this is full of coal and runs all the way back to where we need it to run to. And once it does that, then we will hopefully not have as big of an issue. We'll have plenty of fuel for our power. And let's get back to running our belts here. I'm just going to go until it turns red. There we go. And then attach it on the side. This should go pretty quick. Usually this is about 6, by the way. Some of those I think I did a little early, but oh well. Because you got to think the standing poles also take resources. So if you're doing more of these supports, you're also costing you more resources. Luckily, I've got plenty on me now. Again, normally I don't like them to be at ground level. Normally I like them to be up high. But you can also use it as a great kind of safety fence to keep yourself from falling off. Okay, now we're going to have some fun. Now we're going to start using our lifters, where we're going to go ahead and run this over there. And we're going to use our stackable poles. Now run all of this along our other line that we've already established. So it's going to be very, very easy to run. All we have to do is just keep running it along here. Now when you get about this far away from your thing, you want it to start up and start to make its way down the conveyor. Since this conveyor is only a 120, we want it to start making its way. So let's go ahead and try to fire it up. And it's going to fire that up, and it's going to run for a little bit, and it's going to start making its way down the conveyor. Now, the cool thing about running it down the conveyor is once it's out of the actual miner and running down the conveyor does not use power. So if it does lose power, it will still continue. It'll still continue to run down the conveyor. So that's our little trick there. So we'll just let it run down as much as it can. And then we'll run it all the way to the end. And then whatever's on the conveyor belt will help us keep the conveyor going and whatnot. Yeah. Hey, kids, just got done with a 3-hour and 21-minute stream. Cool, Breadsticks. Hope you had a great stream, man. Hope you had an awesome stream. I'm having a good time. I was doing a battle mode yesterday for 11 hours. 11 hours of mucho, mucho fun. All right, that one's being awkward. Get up there, bro. All right, fine. Come on, you. There we go. Now, again, all that had just started up, all that coal that just started up on there, it is running down the conveyor right now, even though there's no power. And that's okay. It's going to help us with our power in the future. We're just going to keep firing it up and turning it off and firing it up, turning it off until it gets a consistent power running. And if we did it right, we won't have to run all the way back. If we did it wrong, we won't see anything on our conveyor, and then we mucho screw-to-rooney, where we have to run all the way back and make it happen, Captain. All right, so we also need to get this across this way. So we're going to tie it across here like this one to there. And we're going to keep on running it back. Oh, that one's already there. How convenient. This way. We want to tie it back into our main power system here. And the great thing about using the double stackers like this, the double stacking boxes, is we're going to have an input somewhere that we can use, right? So this is going up and it's going into this input. But the top input is not being used. So we can go ahead and utilize that input by bringing that down and running this across in the opposite direction. Now, even though I'm running it in the opposite direction, it's still going to work properly because it is it's going into an input. So this should be the correct thing here. And I feel like maybe we'll put a nice stackable... let's see, how are we looking there? Maybe from up there to here to on top of there. Well, let's say right about here. See if we can line this up with our current one so it looks nice. Oh yeah, wonderful. Again, we're just kind of snaking it across here. Just so you know, I will tear all of this down. All of it. Every piece of it. Down. At some point. At some point. All right. Now let's go ahead and see if we can see a little bit of that coal coming down the line. Let's backtrack. See if we got any coal at all. Whoop. Any coal at all coming down the line. Little crazy. Guy's a little crazy with his walking and stuff. There we go. It's going to take it a while. Now, we might have already missed it, but I don't think so. It'll take it a long ways to run a conveyor. But once you get it up and running and it has perpetual power, it will just do nothing but feed tons and tons of coal down the line. And because the power is off, it's not feeding anymore, but there should still be some on the line if we had it on long enough for it to get fired up. So let's go ahead and backtrack here. And see if it got any going whatsoever. No, I don't see any on the line. It should be right about here by now. Apparently not enough time on the line. Okay. Yeah, I don't see it yet. It didn't have enough time to fire it all the way up. So, let's run all the way back. No reason to run all the way down there when I know it's not going to run what we need. Let's go over here. Fire that up again so we can use our transport. I would love to have a remote control that basically turns the rest of my power off. Like you have a remote control, beep, and it turns a central power junction off whenever you need to fix your power like I'm doing right now. That would be awesome. But I have to actually manually run back, disconnect the wire, and all of that. Remote control would be awesome. Be like, beep. Off switch, or something you could pull up and you say zone 1 off, zone 2 off, zone 3 off. That'd be amazing too. That would also be awesome. But we're gonna go turn our whole rest of our factory off while we're working on our power, because otherwise this is gonna go on and off and on and off and on and off. And this is why I have this one wire separate from the rest of my my transport wires, my transport stuff. Right here. So we take this one out. And now the system is not under such a heavy burden. Right? Boom. Now it dropped to half of the production. So it needs a lot less power. And when it needs a lot less power, it's using a lot less coal. And when it's using a lot less coal, it can stay at a perpetual running. right? So that's basically what we're doing. But we need that coal to come through. So let's get into here. Let's go all the way back out there again. Now, if I want to make some hyper tubes, I can't do crafting while I'm in there. Let's look at our hyper tubes. How are we looking if we want to make a bunch of hyper tubes? Take us way out there. We're going to need a lot of steel pipe and a lot of copper sheeps. All right, we got that. We got that. Let's go grab some. Okay, we got some room. Okay, copper pipes is easy because we got a whole bunch of them right there. So let's take a whole bunch of those. All right, I feel like that's pretty good. And then on the other side of here, trying to work on our factory, we keep running out of power. Happens quite often. Just the more we add, the more power that we need. That's how it always goes. All right, we got that going. Looking good. Oh. Huh. Oh, we didn't run a separate line for that. My bad, my bad. See, now that whole entire line... Oh, we did run a separate line right there. Huh. Now this whole entire separate line here is for my transport. So we know that'll always be on. And that side is off, which it should be. Okay, good. Yeah, that's production. This is transport. Yeah, let's take this line out and put this up to there. Now, the reason why I changed that line is because this is mission critical, right? Mission critical is anything that has to do with your power that makes your power run. And that's the stuff that you want to attach to its own separate power. Because I want that to run no matter what. Because that's providing coal for my power plants. And if it goes off, then I don't have any coal for my power plants. My power plants go off. So that should always be running. So that should be on a transport line or a mission critical line. All right, more Stream Raiders battles. Wow, we're 161. Holy mackerel. Really getting going. We could have done that with a lot less. Look at how many beeps. Holy moly. That is a lot of dudes. I think we got this on lock, everybody. Got it. All right, more love for you guys. All right, let's watch those things. You guys should be telling me in the chat when we hit that thing. We could have totally done that with like 50 peeps. We're going to go for gold, too. So, again, 50 peeps, 50 troops. You guys let me know. And then we'll start it. This way we can get more battles in. We can get more tiers done. You guys can get more rewards in the event. 50 peeps. 50 troops. With the way you build this game, it's a lot like Planet Coaster in some ways. Kind of. Yeah, a little bit, Keep Mouse. Yeah, I can understand that. This is what building should be like in 76. I agree, Russ Tug. I agree totally. Absolutely, for sure. I thought I could do it in 3 hours. Definitely can't do it in 11. Yeah. There you go. I agree. I agree. Thanks for coming in, everybody. All right. We got that going. Nope, there it comes. All right, we can see it already coming down the line. Oh, whoa, it's already way ahead. Yeah, there's the front of it. Right there. Very nice. All right, we're looking good. Coal's coming in. Rock solid. Oh, there it is. See how that ones in the front are kind of split, not exactly together, and these ones are all together? That means that it's running at max efficiency. See, look, we got a little problem there. Why is that gapped like that? And the reason why that's gapped is something went horribly wrong because the power went off at some point, I would imagine. Or the power went off way over here. Let's go see. Oh, wait, I could be making a hypertube. Hold on. I could be making a hypertube so I don't have to walk all the way back over there and back again and all of that. Let's make one right over here. Oh, we got the wrong thing. We need our hypertube thing. There we go. Well, we'll just put it on this side. And we're going to put that as number 1. And you know what? We'll make this as our starter hypertube. Yeah. Okay, we're going to do what I tell you guys not to do. Which, again, run rail. I'm going to run these down the side here like rails to protect me from falling off. We're just going to keep running and build it. Build it around this stuff. Now, the great... Oh, there it goes again. The great thing about hypertubes is if you build them while you're going on the way back, you can just take the hypertube on your way back. Make sure you don't run out of resources, though. And just before you run out of resources, that's when you want to... stop, back up a little bit, build yourself an entrance, and then use it. Go get your resources, come back, and then build some more. Alright, now this is going to be a fun one. Have I ever tried to build hypertubes massively vertical like this? Let's see. This is going to be awkward. This is going to be awkward. Let's just run down there. Hold on. Let's just run down there. And do it the proper way here. We run it down there? No, that's too far. Alright, now we can actually turn the hypertube. See that? How we can turn the hypertube and aim it in the direction. I want to go too steep still. Okay, too steep. So let's bring it down. Let's say right to there. And then we can get it right on the edge here. Angle it. Oh my god, we're going to go... On our way down, we're going to go at like 1,000 miles an hour. Because the more straight down the hypertube is, the more insanely fast you go. Now, also, there's different modes, by the way. We learned that last time. There's a build mode right over here. You hit R, and notice that the change in the way the hypertube looks. Right? You can just do a straight-up vertical drop, which I think we'll do, because that looks fun. We'll go ahead and just do a straight-up vertical drop. So you can actually control how it does. I'm going to fire out of there and die. I can just do it now. Of course, you know, we got to go back. We got to test it out, right? We got to go back and test it out for sure. This is important scientific research here, everybody. Now, right here is going to be a problem. Can I get through there? Oh, without falling? Oh, that was close. That was close. All right, let's just go ahead and run back. Let's test it out. I see our coal is running nicely. And we'll let our coal backlog a bit, so we have a bunch extra. And we should be way better off now. Good to take the extra time to go and fix our power here. Otherwise, it's just going to be annoying. It's going to be off and on and off and on constantly. Okie dokie. Now we'll go ahead and make our entrance. Oh, not enough thingy things. All right, let's make some more. Always something. Got to get more of these when we were back there. That would have been a good idea. Let's make sure we bring enough for the other side too. And that's going to there. Let's just go ahead and bring this one back to there. And let's clear this and make one of these. We need 5 encased industrial beams, so we've got enough. All right, here we go. Here we go, everybody. Let's test this baby out. This is going to be fun. I feel like I'm going to fire out of there and die. High chance I'm going to fire out of there and die. Here comes the good stuff. Whoa, whoa, zoom, boom. Oh, took one to the face right there. Man, look, it fired me way over this way. All right, that was fun. All right, we're looking good. We good. All we gotta do is add an entrance over here. Oops, or we can put it way over there where it doesn't belong. Right there, we need to tie in our power. That's it, we good. All right, coal locked in and ready to rock. Straight up we go. Now, obviously, this is way easier getting up and down there. Oh, we ready? Oh, we're ready. Okay, hold on. We'll wander back here first. And then it's just so... The hypertubes are just such a brilliant idea. They're just so freaking cool. Lots of water over there, man. We could just build a massive sums of power over there. And over here, too. We know where to go. Guy down there. A little green guy down there. Got our copper tap there. Whoa! Whoa! Launch us over the top. All right. Power back up and running. Let's go check our backlog of coal now. And now what it's going to do is it's going to intermix coal with the other stuff that we're making. And that's okay. Coal's going to give us a much bigger boost and it's going to last longer. Then this other stuff that we're using. We see all of our stuff is up and running. Let's go up here and look at our coal. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What did I get? Oh, there was actually an entrance to a hypertube there. Try that again. Oh, it hasn't made it yet. Okay, it hasn't made it. We actually got ahead of it. Wow. So it's got to make its way into here. And right now, it's got a bit of a backlog. It's got 179 backlog. And it's right, see, right at the power we are right now, it's going up and down, but it's actually diminishing. It's 177.76, and it's going to go 176.75, and so on and so forth, down. But once this coal hits, then it's going to go way up with tons and tons of coal. And that's going to be good. All right, let's do this battle. Bam! Start early. Get him! See if I get eaten. Yep, got... Oh, no, I didn't get eaten. That's a miracle. Where are my healers at? Use some heals right now. Nope. Oh, look at me. 80% reduced range damage. Ah. I miraculously didn't actually die there. All right, open the captain's chest. Slide it over to you guys. Bam, guys getting tons of love. Let's keep her going. Keep her going. Oh yeah, definitely to the treasure. 25. I think we're gonna put this 25. Oh no, we better put that at 50. All right, 50 troops. There's a lot of chests to get. So 50 troops. I suggest you use your rogues. Like you put your rogue right there. Boom, you're gonna run out and you're gonna get yourself some gold. Put your rogue right here. That's the closest one. Boom, gold. Rogue, gold, or you can use your bombers. Whatever you want to do. But I'd use your fastest units that can run out there. Me, I don't get anything, so I just throw my healer down to heal you guys so you guys get all the loot. That's all I care about anyway. As you guys getting the loot. All right, we can see our coal coming in. We can see it going out of there. Look, you can see the gigantic coal nodes versus those tiny little nodes. And we'll let that do a whole lot of backlog in there across there. And that's going to start getting our power to be much higher. See, look, now this is at 200. This is 160, right? So this is now massively backlogging all of that power out of there. So let's go down and look down here. Let's see how we're doing down here. Oh, yeah, we got a bit of a backlog there now, too. Because we got that coal coming out. All right, let's see what speed we're running this out. This is an MK2. This is a 2. So this is 120 for that. And then up here, what are we running? We're running a 3. Running a 3 to a 2 to a 2. And then these are running just normal speed into there. I wonder if it has to do with the speed at which it's running also. That is a good question. Oh, look, those ones have stopped now. Yeah, these ones are probably maxed out. No, they're not. Why have they stopped? Why does it stop feeding into there? There's something funky there. It's not feeding the excess in there. Oh, that's why it's not doing it, because one thing is coal and one thing is the coke. So it's not going to backlog. It's because it's got to burn up all the petroleum coke to use the coal. And then vice versa, it's got to flip back and forth. But it'll backlog on the conveyor. That's why it's not all just backfilling it. And that's okay. Yeah, see, the conveyor is going to start to backlog. Because when the coal's in there, it's going to take longer for it to burn. And it's going to backlog all of this. Oh, man, it is really going to backlog. I like that a lot. Backlog away, baby! Now, let's go ahead and flip the power back on to all of our stuff. And watch as it burns the coal faster because it's going to need more coal to keep it up. Coke will not work in coal plants unless they change. This changed. It does work, Fire USA. I've been using it all this time. In fact, the power's on right now using it. So that's a dead giveaway. It does work. It just doesn't work as efficiently as coal. So that's why we added coal. And it works fantastically. as long as we have enough. If we don't have enough, it just burns faster because it's a smaller piece. If you look at the size of the piece of the coke versus the size of the coal node, and the coal, of course, burns longer. But we're gonna get into fuel. We're gonna get into the alternate type of power anyway. So we'll get into all of that as well. I just noticed that I need to also get my redeems up here. I see someone did tip hat. Get my redeems up. Boom, catch up on those a little bit. All right, who's coming in who needs a tip and a hat? We got Joe Pie coming in. Whoa, the beginning of the stream. Sorry, bro. That's you to Joe Pie. Thank you very much for being in the stream. Tip and a hat to you. And Keep Mouse coming in. Also, tip and a hat to you as well. We also had Zarkane wanting a little dragon dance. All right, there we go. Showing you guys some love on those redemptions. Sometimes I wait around. Uh-oh, there's an update. There's an update. We're gonna do a stream captain update. Gotta do an update, everybody. Take a minute. Okay, I can't remember what I came back here for now. Oh, we're reconnecting. All right. Burn that coal, baby! Oh, yeah, it's like double the production when I turn all that stuff on. That's a lot, too. It's very misleading. Like, it doesn't seem like that much, but look at this. This is 1,000. This is basically 2,000 plus power that's now being used. So let's see if our, the thing we want to see is if it stays at a nice gray line at the top. If it stays nice and solid, then we know we're good. I feel like we're good right now, so we can go ahead and run back and keep going with what we're working on. Load back up Stream Captain over here. Oh, we're 59 troops. We're ready. All right, let's do it. Come on, I think you guys got this. Let's go. Oh, there it goes. Whoa, half of the peeps are gone. There are only 24 peeps left. I got your heals. Boom, send those heals out. Someone's rocking the Kismet fedora right there. H2O rocking it. All right, there we go. Yeah, we didn't need to wait till the full time for that. Get you guys some gold. Get you guys some stuff for the event. Move on and get some love here. All right, there we go. Let's do it again. We're going to set this one at 50 as well. We get 50 troops. We're going to start it early. Let's go. All right, so here we go. So now all of our factories up. We got our power running. We're looking good. And now our wire is underway. All right, we've got our wire going. Now our wire is coming out of here pretty sweet. It's coming out of here at 120. So we're looking good on the wire. Now, eventually what we need to do is we need our wire. I'm going to just put it up here. Actually, I can just use one of these ones I'm not using. How about that? So the wire needs to become the next thing, right? So in here, these are just kind of first level stuff. Then you need to go to assemblers. And then assemblers are going to be a multiple input, which actually we're doing stators first. So we need steel pipes and we need wires. Now, my wire is coming out at 120. Now, here's a magical thing. Hey, Siri, what's 120 divided by 3?
120 divided by 3 is 40.
120 divided by 3 is 40. Aha! How magical, right? So that means we could do 3 of these, right? So it's going to be producing 15 stators at the same time. We need 15 per pipe per minute. I think we have about 120 being piped over here. So we've got more than enough to actually run 3 assemblers for our stators. So let's go ahead and get our assemblers going. Now I'm going to go ahead and just put the assemblers back down at the bottom here. And so basically we can get those stators running. And we're just going to be kind of running it back and forth and kind of fuddling around here, working with vertical and horizontal stuff. But we're going to go ahead and let's say, let's go ahead and just put it way over here. I feel like we're going to put it on this side. Right there. Right there. Now, remember, this is coming out of here, right? So we go look at these numbers, right? This is coming out of 30, 60, 120. Now, here's something else we need to know. Down below here, guess what? It's a whole bunch more. So this is another 120 down here, right? Because these are coming out as wire as well. But we need to power these up, otherwise they're not going to work. So let's get that going as well. Let's go ahead and pull it from up here. And we'll run it right there. And we'll upgrade this power line. And then we'll get these going as well. Now that we have the power to make them run. So in theory, now that we have double the amount, we can have double the amount of these, right? Now, we definitely need to look at how much we're producing of the other ones. But let's say, in theory, we could go ahead and do 6 of these, right? Wouldn't that be amazing? Oh, I need my wire. To do 6 of these would be amazing. So let's see what we can do. So there's 3. All right, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right there. Okay, so we got that running. We want to run this into here. And again, the inputs of these for stators is going to be 40. So we're going to split this in thirds. So really what we want to do is we want to do thirds and thirds, right? So 1/2 and then another half. And then that's going to do it, right? So this will be 120, which will be the one at the bottom. We'll run these 3. And then 120 from up above will come down and run these 3. Or we could say the ones at the bottom are going to run those 3, whatever we feel like doing. It's really up to us. All right, so one of the things that we want to do is say, okay, what's probably the easiest way? Well, one of the easiest ways is to take the conveyor and say, okay, we're going to choose the left side and we're going to run this up to here. Let's say toward this way. Get a general idea of how high we want that to be. There we go. On this side, and we're going to go this way. I'll say about there. And then this one. Yeah, about there. Okay, so we're going to come out of there and we're going to go into here. Except for we got a bit of a problem where we actually want that to split. So we definitely want to go up there and run a splitter. And it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to work. So if you can just kind of finagle it in there like that and then run your splitter. Doesn't matter as long as it works, right? But if you want to make it look beautiful, you can. But there we go. So those 3 are snaking down into there like so. And then over here, we're going to kind of do the same thing, except for we're just not going to lift it as high. All right, we're literally going to lift it just that much. Now, if you do it on the ground level, you can make it look beautiful. And that is when you can go ahead and take a splitter here And you can run it off of this one, and we'll not count that one. We'll say 1, 2 out, right? So your splitter's right there. And then you run your splitter up, and then it perfectly lines up to the lifter. Now, here's the thing. You want to take this this lifter out, and because it doesn't always snap to the splitter, so you want to do it again. Put that in again, and then you're good. And then look how beautiful this looks, right? This is a nice, perfect center split. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And then same thing over here. We could just say, you know what? Hey, I changed my mind. I don't want it on the ground level. I want it to be up a little bit. And I want to make it so I can run underneath it. And I want that to run into there. All right, now all of these ones I just did were MK2s. Because this is coming out at 120. But this over here does not need to be that fast. Because this is going to go 120 to 60. 60 into 60, or we'll go 120 into 40, 40, and 40. Sorry, 40, 40, and 40. And over here, this is just a 60. This is a 60. So there's no reason to waste my resources on those belts. Now these over here are 60s. Over here, these up here only need to be 60s there and 60s here. This needs to be a 120 because that's coming out of there. So let's make sure our belt's 120. It is. And these are just 60s. This one here can just be a 60. And the reason why I do that is it's just a waste of resources. I mean, you could just make them all maximum fastness if you want to. It's really up to you. It's your build. All right, we'll do stators there. Stators over here. Now, what we're doing right now, though, is we're starting to crowd our other production. So we're going to be in trouble here in a minute, but we'll solve it. We'll solve the problem. Stators, and then stator over here. Okay, so the input of this needs to be 15. So we need to look at our steel pipes and say, okay, how fast is our steel pipes coming out? Now, we don't know because we're way the heck over here, and we need to run way over there. Now, it just happened to be conveniently that I made a hypertube that takes me over there. So let's go. Whee! Is it a factory simulation or something? Yes, that's what this is, a factory simulation. What sort of game is this? Seems difficult? Not at all. It only looks complex because I have built a lot of stuff. But everything starts very simple. You got the ore, you take the ore out of the ground. You run it into your converter. It converts it into, say, from raw ore into ignits, and then those ignits then run into your converter, and that converter makes plates. That's it. That's as hard as it gets, really. Now, of course, sometimes you have multiple inputs. Sometimes you have multiple ways of you got to combine and combine and combine. But that's really as hard as it is. If you understand the basics of that, if you've ever played a game where you extract the ore and then convert it into ignits and then take the ignits and make it into something, you pretty much got 50 to 75% of the game down. That's it. And then the rest of it is just combining and recombining and combining and recombining, and it's just a whole lot of the same, right? In a very fun way. Very, very fun. All right, we got to look at how's our factory doing here. It only looks complex because you didn't see me build all the stuff in between. If you had seen me build all the stuff in between, it wouldn't look as complex as it does now, just because I had built a lot of stuff. So I think anybody can do it, really. We'll do that, Raiders, here in just a second. Let's see, we got 20, 20, that's 40, 60. Over here, we've got another 60, so that's 120 that we got going. Hey, Suri, what's 120 divided by 15?
120 divided by 15 is 8.
120 divided by 15 is 8. So that means that we could do 8 assemblers. How many do we have? 6. So that means that we have enough, and more than enough, to run all of those stators at the same time. So let's get that going on. Let's get that going on. Oh, let's get back in our hypertube. Let's go. Whee! So we're going to run that line down, which is running at 120 right now. And it's running into that box. And then we need to get it from that box over to there and then split it up appropriately. Okay. right over here. Nope, over here. Okay, we got a ton of those backlogged in there. Nice. So we're going to go ahead and run it. I feel like running it right about here. That sounds good. Oh, that is the wrong thing. Get that out. Let's put that back on the proper thing. There we go. Okay, so we'll start right there. We'll do a double stack. We'll come out of here at 120 because that's what we need. And you know what we'll do? We'll just do something, a little something like this. And then we'll just bend this to our will without clipping. No clipping! No! Bad game! No! We don't do no clipping up in this stream. We don't do that. It still works, by the way. But we don't do that. We don't do no stinking clipping. We legit up in here. Alright. Now, just so you know, every single thing that I am doing, I will at some point take it all down. Especially when we get to the next tier. So, right now, we're just having a little bit of fun. Lining this all up. Alright, so now we need our other input. What do? We did 1 bar, 2 bars up. Alright, so 2 bars up. We're going to try that. Best to do this all at the same time, by the way, when you're putting in these lifters and all of this, because this way it faces the same direction every time. It takes the cue off the first one that you made, and then the rest of them will go the same way. All right, so what we got is we have a total of 6 of these. We have 6 of these, so we need to split it 3 into 3, right? So 60 cut down into thirds, right, is going to be a lot easier to manage the numbers and whatnot. So it's basically going to be what, right? Hey, Suri, what's 60 divided by 3?
60 divided by 3 is 20.
It's going to be 20, right? So 20 is more than 15, so it's going to be more than enough to make our entire thing work. And it's like, Kismet, did you think that out all in advance? Yep. I sure did. That's what you got to do, everybody. That's what you got to do in this game. You got to think that stuff out a little bit. All right, so we're going to go ahead and bring out this one straight out here a little bit. And we're going to pre-stack this like this. And we're going to run this out to there. Now, what that's going to do is make it a little bit easier for when I'm doing my splitter, right? So I can just go in and do my splitter right on that line. And easy peasy. There we go. Again, no clipping, no clipping. Perfect. Perfecto. And then right over here, same thing. Let's line it up off of this one. And how high did we go? We did 4. And up we go. Now we put in our splitter. Splitter into there. I hope you don't mind me speeding up. By the way, I normally slow down on stream on purpose. Because sometimes it's hard to follow when I'm going really, really fast at something. So I try to slow down a bit for you guys. Now, we got to watch out that we don't get in the way of all of this, too, right? Because this is going to do something else, and then we're actually going to have this do this and then go that way. Go off that direction. In a bit. In a bit. But we're trying to get all of our stators running, and then we'll be good. And then we're going to run our stators over there where we're going to run all the rest of this stuff. And then we're going to build it all out over that direction. And then we're going to run it back into this machine. And then that machine is going to start making the element that we really need. Now, we have about an hour and a half to do that. So we need to start kicking butt. So let's do it. Let's do it right now. So let's see. That's a little close. And this one's blocking just a little bit here. So, So I kind of feel like right about... Oh, a little lag there. Right about here. Let's try this. All right. We're going to do a splitter. We're going to try right here. Feel like that's pretty good, except for it needs to be facing in the correct direction. We're going to have our input there. And that's 120 going into 60 and 60. And then that's going into thirds. Yeah, okay. Well, that's going to there, and this one's going over here. Now, if you do this too much with all this stuff running everywhere, they call that spaghetti. And it's okay if you do it a little bit. I especially think it's okay if it's up off the ground. If you got it up off the ground and you can run around underneath here, then you're doing it right. But there is ways to be even more super dense and super close about your stuff. I used to worry about that in the very beginning. I don't worry about that anymore, of it being super close. I much prefer to have space where I can get in between stuff and work stuff. Because there's really, if you think about it, an infinite amount of space, right? I could go vertically in such a massive amount of space, and I could just go thousands in that direction, or this direction, or even up on top of that mountain, or wherever I want to go. It's not always necessary to get it so super dense, unless you want to. Unless it's your thing, go for it. All right, so we've got that running over here. And I feel like we actually want to back this up just a little bit. Let's say right here. Let's take this out, and we'll take these out. Like this. And we'll bring our MK2 across. And we definitely want this to go fast. We'll run it way... Oh, not quite long. Not quite long enough. Oh, we tried, everybody. We tried. We tried. So close. That's okay. We'll just put some conveyors in between. And we can go ahead and extend that. Nice. All right. Now we styling. We styling big time. We're going to be making stators. They're going to be coming out of our ears at some point. All right. Let's go ahead and bring this power forward, our production power. And we're going to go ahead. I like to do my power behind, by the way. I don't like to do it in front anymore. Otherwise, it gets really obnoxious. Because it gets in your way of what you're building, because I'm typically building forward. But let's go ahead and power this up. I upgraded that, by the way, so that I can connect 6 lines to it. I've got the one that's input. I got an input line and then 6 additional lines, which are basically going to power up every single one of these. Like so. It's going to take it a minute for it to backlog some of the stuff in there. And we want to make sure that it is on stators. There it goes. And then all of these are going to fire up, and it's going to be kicking out stators like nobody's business. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to do something kind of fun. And instead of me going in and doing splitters and middle splitters, what we're going to do... What game is this? It's called Satisfactory. You can see the game name down below the stream. Very, very fun. Wow, it must have took you a while to build that? Not really, Rosie. Not really. I actually took it down and then put it all back up again. And then we're going to take it all down again and remake it again. Because as you go through the different game stages, you have different levels and speeds of things that you have. And then, of course, you also unlock higher and higher tier stuff. Like in this case, we're on oil now, and we're trying to get to a point where we can use our oil as our fuel instead of coal. Then once we get to that point, then we no longer need the coal plants. We take all the coal plants out, and we can just use our oil plants, which is what we're trying to do right now. And to do that, I need a whole bunch of resources run into my space elevator over here so I can get that unlocked, but also so I can use some of it for my upgrades. So we're going to do all of that. Now, I'm going to show you what's known as a single line, where you run off a single line merger. And I'll show you what happens. So we're going to go in and we're going to go ahead and use our mergers. And we're literally just going to put them right here in the front, right? And then what we're going to do is instead of having it go out this way, we're going to go ahead and aim it that way, right? So when it comes out, it's going to turn left and it's going to go down the line. And then we're just going to keep doing that same kind of thing where it comes out and down the line. We're watching for the green lines. So they're both lined up in both directions. There we go. So what it's going to do is it's going to come out of this first one. Now this first one, it's going to come out at 5, right? So no problem. We can use our slowest level conveyor belt and we're good. In it goes. And then when it comes out, it's going to go into this one, right? So we'll see it come out of there. Okay, now it's going to go into that one. And now it's into that one. It's going to merge here. So now it's gone from 5, right, which is where it's there. And I'm basically just redirecting it. Now, you know what? I don't even need this one here because it's not doing anything. It's not really merging, is it? It's just there. So we really don't even need that one. We can take that one out and just use that one like that. But if you want it to look pretty and you want them all to have them, you could put it there. But this first one's not necessary because it's not really merging with anything. So we'll go ahead and take that out, put it to here. Now this is coming out at 5. That's coming out at 5. So now you got 10, right? I'm going to the math's going to start adding up, right? And now we're going to take that 10 and we're going to add it with another 5. Now we're 15. And then that 15 is going to add with another 5. And now we're 20. And you get the general idea. But we're still got a ways to go here. So let's put some more mergers in and make sure we got it aiming in the correct direction. We do. Merger there. Merger there. All right, nice. We got that going into there. We got that going there. So we're at 20. And you wanna keep these kind of math things going in your head while you're playing this game, because it's very easy to make a mistake. And if you do a conveyor that's too slow, then it slows down your entire production, all because of one belt that you didn't do. Oh my gosh! Holy mackerel! We're at 118. Okay, that's way more than enough. Holy mackerel! Hold on, come on. We gotta start early here. Start early. That's way too many. Oh, or maybe not. Look at how many peeps just appeared. 72 versus 119. Oh, well, maybe it wasn't too many. Let's see how we do. We still have 100. 100 to their 20. That's okay. I like me some overkill. These guys are pretty tough, too. Yeah, we totally could have started that one earlier. But at least we saved 10 minutes there. All right, now we're kicking butt. All right, giving you guys the love. Look at that extra love you guys getting. Coming in, rocking those top of the charts here. Let's see. Let's go this one. Oh, wait, no. Let's go this one. Then it'll give us the option of these two, right? If we try to do the mystery one, we can't do the mystery one, then we go ahead and we try the 4-star, right? It's always good to have a backup when you're doing it. We're going to get right in the middle of this. This is going to be crazy up in here. I'm going to get right up in their zone. Let's do it. Let's do it, everybody. Let's see. I feel like that one's going to be a bit harder. Let's set that one at 75. Right? Yeah, let's set that at 75 troops. You guys let me know when it hits 75 troops, then I'll start up early. So, yeah, this is Satisfactory and very, very fun. So, what were we at? 25? I think it was 25, right? So, again, we come back here. We go ahead and do the math. So, coming out at 5, this is 10, 15, 20, 25. Actually, we're at 30. 30 coming out now. So, that's pretty nice. That's a lot of stators coming out. That's 30 stators coming out of there kicking butt. Now, at this point, what we wanted to do while we're busy doing something else is we wanted to start to backlog a bunch of these stators. I'm not really going to do much. I'm just going to go ahead and make this run right into this box and go ahead and backlog. Now, at 30 per minute, that's going to take a while to fill this box, right? It's going to take a bit, but at least it's not going to stop. I don't want it to stop. I want it to fill as much stators as it can, because stators are one of those kind of third-tier items that take a really long time to make, right? Because you got your first tier of the wire. That's pretty easy. That's first tier stuff. That's easy stuff. You do it right at the very beginning of the game. Of course, I've kind of massively scaled it up. And then we did what's known as a second tier item, which is more of a steel item, which is our pipes, which we got plenty of that going into there. And what we need now is we now need to combine those stators with the rotors. And so we need to get our rotors going on. So again, let's refresh our minds on rotors. So we'll put our assembler down. How much got on? How are we doing on time? We're doing okay. Doing okay. We'll try to get it done in time. We might or might not. Now what we need is we need iron rods and we need screws. And then we can make crazy tons of rotors. Right? So let's go ahead and do a little charting. You're like, Kismet, you got charts? That's right. I'm hardcore, baby. You are in the mega stream. You ain't going to find this in anybody else's stream. Look at that. That's what we just did. Well, actually, we did one half of that. But I was scaring everybody like I was going to do a 240 there. That was fun. That was fun messing with you guys. Okay. So we actually have it 120 going here. And then this. Actually, we can take this part out here. We have it going 120. Normal here. I'll see if you guys are paying attention. Right there. All right. 120 into here. But instead of doing it like flat, where they're next to each other, we're doing it vertically, like this. So they're actually stacked up on top of each other. But the whole entire chart is right. It's just like they're not side to each other. They're up on top, right? So that's what's going on with that wire right there. And we're producing 240 wire, which is just enough to run 8 of those, which is perfect. Perfectly exactly what we're looking for. All right, so that's good to go. And I could put in the rest of the stuff, but I feel like you guys have got that, so we're good. We're good. So now the other thing, again, what we need is, let me go ahead and put this back. What we need, and where's the thing? Iron rods, and we need screws. So let's go look in our charts here of any iron rods and screws that we did before, so we don't have to rechart it again. No reason to do that. Let's go ahead and grab this whole entire section right here. There we go. We'll grab this too. We'll copy that. Oop, I missed a little bit there. Hold on a sec. Try that again. There we go. Copy that. Go out of there. Way down here in the corner. Paste that right in there. We'll zoom in on it and we'll look at it. Now look, this already got it done. This already got it done. This is rods right here. Right, so we're coming in at 120. Or are we? Are we coming in at 120? Let's go see. Let's go double check. Let's see if you guys are paying attention. Let's go back over here. Now let's see. Our copper coming through. Whoa, ho, 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 ho there, Mr. Happy Guy. Get in the hypertube. Get out of there. Gotta watch out. You get sucked in the hypertube. Yep. Now what I did is I held down S to change my direction to get back out. Apparently it's not going to let me go up this ladder. Let's go to this ladder. Try that again. Okay, I just wanted to get up to here. Okay, so this conveyor is a Mark II conveyor, which means the maximum it's going to go is 120. So we know that's 120. This is a Mark MK3 conveyor, and this one goes 270. But our sources are over there we need to go look at. And then up here we've got an MK2, which we know only goes a maximum of 120. But the origin of it's only 120, so there's no reason for it to go any faster than that. So we're going to go ahead and put that down, and we're going to go look at our original sources. Now, you could probably already gather by the fact that I'm using an MK3 belt that it is going faster than 120, but we can just go ahead and run over here and take a look. Right over here. Now, I try to keep mine where I can literally run up, where I don't have to go down to the bottom. I can run up to the side of it and look. Look, this is already backlogged with 100. So this is 120 here, which is a normal node with an MK2, which means it doubles it. So it's from 60 to 120. And this is a 120 there. So that's running together. Those two run 20s are merging and then going into a 270, which really is a 240 because the 120 and 120 would be 240. And then running all the way there. So we actually have a 240 running. That's our first kind of full 240 that we've run. Now we're going to step it up. So now you know why I need this whole other side over here. Because we're going to do some work over here. We're going to make a whole lot of rods, and then we're going to make a whole lot of screws. So let's chart this out a little bit. Let's take a moment and do a little chart in action. So here we go. We've got this. Now, what we've really got, we didn't have it in the last one, but in this one, let me really dazzle you. That's what we got right there, everybody. That's what we got. That's how much resource is worth right there. That is a lot. That is a lot. And that's why I did that before to get to this point where it seems even more awesome that we could do it at this level. So these are all rods. Now, here's the thing. You need a certain amount of rods. You need a certain amount of screws. Now, the great thing about rods and screws is rods become screws. So if you set it up for rods, then you know you're good, right? So we need a lot of space for rods. So we need to come in and we need to go into from one, let's zoom in over here. From one smelter, we need to go into two of our constructors. Well, how convenient that Kismet has already set that up, right? One smelter, just like we're doing here, right? One smelter into two constructors. And the same thing here. One thing into two. One into two, one into two. So right here, we have four more, right? You know, well, Kismet, that chart says you got to do a whole lot more. Oh, yeah. We got to do a whole lot more. And such, we're going to need lots of room over there. But we're going to start it over here, and then we're going to build some more off to the side as well. Or I could have done all the rods over here and then did the other one over there. It doesn't really matter how you do it. As long as it works, and it produces the thing you want it to produce. That's the most important part of building a factory. Of course, coming through and making it look beautiful and coming through and making it super efficient is always a great way to also play the game. Thank you for the host, by the way, Ro. Appreciate that. Appreciate you coming in, showing the love. Ham, thank you for coming in. I'm calling you Ham because I can't pronounce your name. Russ, Extra Lemons. I think I called you guys out earlier, but that's okay. It's my stream. I can call you out again. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Wasteland Tycoons. Welcome to the stream, everybody. My name is Kismet. We're playing some games. They call me the Wasteland Tycoon. We play a lot of fun building games and RPG games and fantasy games and space games and you name it. Every type of game under the sun. Because you know what? We don't limit ourselves in this stream. We can do whatever we want, right? We can do whatever we want. No one tells us what to do. We go and we play the games that we like to play. There we go. So we're going to go ahead and bring this in at 240 into here, and we are going to make an obscene amount of all of this stuff, right? So if we look at the rods, our rods output over here is going to be 30, 30, 30, 30. So this is going to be a whole 120 rod output on one side. Now, if we go ahead and go down the line a little bit here, and how do I know that? Well, I can just go here and I can look at the top of this. Actually, let me make it even closer so you guys can see. There we go. I can look at the top of this, that this is going to be outputting the iron rods at 30, right? Just on two of these. So that's 30, 30, 30, and 30. So that's 120 there, 120 on the other side. So we're going to be making a crazy ton of them across that. And so that gives us our base number of 240. 240 rods can be constructed from 240 raw ore, right? So that's you got to have that in your mind. So 240 is what we've got, 240 worth of rods. Now, if we go look at, say, the screws, and we, say, take those rods out, we split those, like we're doing right here. We split those, and then we run those into constructor, into screws, then the screws are going to be coming out at 120, but in that one section, just that one section right there, it's going to be coming out, just this one right here. That's 120. So we know the screws are going to be coming out way faster. So if we say, okay, this side is going to be 120 rods, right? So if we take the whole top part of this off, if it's going to let me, let's see, is it grouped? I think it's grouped. All right, well, to go ahead and just do this. Boom. Or actually, we could use our other tool here. By the way, this is a program called Illustrator that I'm using. I'm a graphic designer, been a graphic designer for 30 years. I use Photoshop 1.0. Actually, it was 0.09 back in the day. That's how old school I am. I don't just try to show you by logic. I can show you a spreadsheet if you want with all the numbers and all of that. I got that too, if you want to see that. But I also try to go above and beyond here in the stream and take it to a whole nother level. And then we're going to say this is going to be screws. Oh, if we can learn to type. There we go. Screws. Okay, so rods back there, screws up here. Right? And let's go ahead and take all this extra stuff out of here. This, we're going to take that out of there. And so on. We'll leave that for now. And actually just do this. There we go. So we go above and beyond in this stream. We don't call it the mega stream for nothing. Nobody takes it to this level. Now, we got Satisfactory running in the background, and we're going to look at that in a second. Oh, I took one too many out here. Hold on. We got to get this top part. Get that. We'll take this off. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, so we got screws on that side, or rods on this side, coming out at 120, right? 30, 30, 30. That's going to equal 120. We could do all the rest of the mergers and splitters, but we'll just do the math in our head. That's 120. Now, over here, this is coming out at 120, 120. Each one of these lines is 120 screws. So 120, 120 is 240, 480. So over here, you've got a total of 480. So let's just do this, right? 480 here. And on this side, 120, right? Just to make it nice and easy, see what we're doing. Like that. So 480 screws, 120 rods. Now, that's all we need to know. That's all we need to know because what that's going to do is let us know how many of these that we need to put down, right? So we go over here and we say, okay, how much is the input of iron rods? The input is 20. Okay, so we take 120 and we divide it by 20. What does that give us? Hey Siri, what's 120 divided by 20?
120 divided by 20 is 6.
It's 6. So we have enough iron rods on the left side to produce six of these rotors, right? 6 rotors, 6 assemblers running rotors at the same time. Now, screws. We have 480 screws. So we ask, how much is that? Hey Siri, what's 480 divided by 100? It's easy math, but do it anyway.
480 divided by 100 is 4.8.
4.8, so less than 5, right? So we actually need more screws than we need iron rods. We have too much iron rods and not enough screws, right? So we need to up our screw game a little bit. So let's go ahead and go back to our chart. And this is why charts are so great, is because you can figure out all the math ahead of time. So let's go ahead and add another line here. We're going to say, you know what? Let's just add another one of these right here. Oop, if I got it right there. Hold on. Let's get that little bottom line there. There we go. Move that over there. All right. Let's add another line of screws. Now, what does that take us down to? Takes us down to 90 rods. And this takes us up to... my cursor over. Why do I have so many things of screws? Keep copying that screws thing. So now this is going to go up by another 120 because we ran another line, right? So we can just say 500 plus another 20. That's going to be 600, right? Now we already know that it's 100. We need 100 screws per thing. So we can just do easy math. That's going to be 6. Now the problem is over here on rods, we say, hey Siri, what's 90 divided by 20?
90 divided by 20 is 4.5.
4.5. So now it either I can do 60 over here, or I can do 6 on the rods, but basically 5 on the screws, or I can do 6 on the screws and 4.8 or 5 on the rods, right? So no matter what you do here, you're a little bit screwed because the math's not going to work out perfectly. Now, we can work the math out perfectly. We can go in and cut this middle one and cut it in half and let it run in half. But we ain't doing that. You know why? Because we don't got the time for that. We don't need it that bad. We don't need it that bad. What we're going to do is we're going to build this. And that's going to give us 480 screws and 120 rods. And again, if we go through and do the math, hey Siri, what's 480 divided by 100?
480 divided by 100 is 4.8.
It's going to be 4.8. So what we're going to do in the end is we're going to take our assemblers. Let me go grab one over here. Yes, I illustrated this all myself. Let's go grab our assembler. And what are we trying to make in our assembler? We're making plating. We're making... No, we're not making any of that stuff. We're trying to make rotors. So let's go ahead and grab this. Grab the rotor. And we'll go over here. And we'll actually illustrate this one right over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to make it a little under efficient. Meaning that it's not quite going to be perfect numbers, but it is going to end up where all of these screws and all of these iron rods end up into these rotors right here, right? Into these rotor generation. But that's 5 rotors. It's going to 5 things of rotors. That's really ramping it up. Really, Siri. My Siri wanted to talk to you. It's for, yeah, watch out if you got your Siri on, everybody. I should change it to like yo Siri or something like that, so it doesn't trigger all of yours. I told my daughter to do that too because her Siri kicks on when I talk to hers. I should say sup Siri, sup Siri. That's what I should do. I'll get around to it eventually or never, one or the other. Okay, so we have to do all of this production right here so that it can feed into these 5 right here. Now, the thing we need to look at is, oh my gosh, look how many of these we're going to need when we get to the screws, right? We're going to need a crazy ton of rods and a crazy ton of screws. So the reason why I did this one like this is because I've already built this. you're like, Kismet, I didn't see you built that. Yeah, I already built it. Already built that. That's what this is right over here. I already built this ahead of time right here. So we're going to have one side, and this is going to be our rods right here, right? And we've already built it. We've already got 2 high. We all got to put their smelters in there, and we're good. We actually could have probably left our smelters in there, but we're going to need to work on our speeds and all that stuff. So it's good to take it out just in case. We'll take this out too, and we'll come back to that. So it's good to make sure that you're looking at all your numbers and all your stuff when you go. So let's go ahead and build this side over here with our 120 rods going on. So the first thing we need to obviously do is build this, which is going to be our iron ingots and iron ore coming in. Then it's going to split into 15 and 15 because it's only going to come in at 30. And then we're going to run it out, and it's going to go out at 30 for our iron rods. So let's start with that, right? Now, we're doing this in a vertical way as opposed to a horizontal way. So if you missed it earlier, prepare for some vertical building. So we're going to go ahead and put in our smelters like this. And we can actually line these up to our other smelters if we want. That's fine. Like so. It's going to let me stop being so finicky. There we go. And we're going to line this all up using the green lines. You can see the long green lines telling us basically how to put these down. Now, you're going to see a lot of repetition, by the way, in the way that stuff builds as you get more and more into the game. You're going to be like, oh, wow, that building wire is very much like building rods, right? It's very much the same, and it works the same exact way. So you definitely want to take that into consideration when you're building stuff. So you can build 1/2, which is what I'm doing, in wires, and that's the whole point of this build right now, by the way. You can see that I can build wires literally right next to where I'm building rods, and I can build them so incredibly efficiently by running them up onto multiple floors. And by the way, we could have done this up on another floor and another floor and another floor. We could have made this, go straight vertical where this smelter was up on top, and then that smelter went up 2 more, and so on and so forth. Really, your sky's the limit. Your imagination is what makes it happen. All right, so we need to come out of here at what rate? So let's go look in here, and we'll say, okay, what rate do we need to make iron ingots, right? It's going to come in at 30. It's going to go out at 30. But we only need to go 15 into this one in here because this one's going to be making iron rods, and the input says right here, 15. That's as fast as we need it to go. So we need to make sure that we're using our slowest level conveyors. Now, that one's just going to go straight through. But we also need to go up to the top level there. So we're also going to use our lifters. We're going to use our basic lifter. And we're going to do the same thing we were doing earlier, where we go all the way up and then 1 down and then run that in there. Now, I could have left that, but again, I think it's better to come back and re-illustrate it for those who weren't here earlier and who missed out on all the fun. And then this is going to go straight into there. Now, this right here, we can go ahead and just say, okay, we already got this done. Let's just go ahead, get those into there. We got this done. Let's get that into there, right? Doing the same kind of repetitive thing is always a better idea because it is more efficient when you're building. It's much more efficient when you're doing your lifters so that your lifters are going in the same direction. Sometimes they'll be facing the wrong direction, and you have to rotate them every time if you don't do them one after another. Because it remembers the first one you do. It remembers the direction at which the first one you set, and then it will let you do that same one over and over and over again. We need to put our walls in up here. We unlocked some new walls today, which allows us to do conveyor walls up here, which allows us to attach it to the side of it to make it look cool. Because conveyor walls are cool. Oops. I tried. There we go. Get laggy lag. Oh, that's a little low. Doesn't really matter, but it matters to me. That was 1 down from there. Be going at 4 and not 5. All right, hold on. We Miscalculated. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yes, yes. Too low. These are all too low then. Miscalculated. It happens. It happens. Don't worry about it. If it happens, just take it out, fix it. No problemo. There we go. Takes time to get the heights of stuff down. I feel like this is probably the trickiest thing in the game. Because it always looks like, oh, well, I got to bring that down a little bit. Oh, I got to do that. Got to do this. Not necessarily. Okay, so those 4 are good. Those are all running into there. Those are all split and looking sexy. Sexy, sexy. Okay. Now we need to do some split. So again, if we look at our chart, how are we going to split? We're going to split in 2s. You either split in 2s or you split in 3s. How can I change the conveyor, direction of the conveyor lift? Fantastic question. What you do is you use your rotation, your mouse wheel. Mouse wheel. Use your mouse wheel to change the direction. Now, if you put it down first, you press the first button, right? You press your left mouse button. It puts it down. Then you move the mouse without holding the button down. That will extend it. And then you rotate your mouse. It changes the direction. Now, you can also do the same thing, by the way, when you're using, say, you're using pipes right here. So if you're, oh, hold on, I got to put a pipe support down first. So if you're using pipes, you can go ahead and change the direction also. So say you're going like this, you're going to go ahead and rotate. It'll rotate along that direction. Now, if you want to rotate the other way, you can hold down Control. It'll rotate like that. Rotate first, and then when you click, there we go, and then it rotates like that. All right, so you got double rotations going on. You can also hold down Control to change it right then too, right? So you can change that up and down direction by holding down Control if you're on PC like me. So there we go. You meant up and down? Oh, up and down? Like you can build like this, but you can't necessarily you can't actually make that go straight up, right? I haven't found a way, unless you know, I don't know how to make that go straight up. It just goes up, and then you can turn the top or you can turn the bottom. That's how it works. Now, you can do other things, like you can toggle the building mode in these so that they build straight and straight down and stuff like that when you're doing pipes. So try out toggle building mode and see if that's what you're trying to do. It also depends on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to run stuff up and straight down, it's just a lifter, right? It's just going, it's flat at the top and the bottom. It doesn't rotate like this. It doesn't go that way. It only goes up and down, and then it rotates that way. That's it. That's how it works. So if that's what you're asking, now you know. All right, let's go ahead and get back into this before I get too sidetracked. What are we doing? We're bringing 30 into there, so we need to bring 60 and 60 into here. So let's go ahead and put this back as number 1 for my splitter. There we go. That'll save a little bit of time. We'll come into here. And again, I like doing center line splitting. I just think it looks nicer. That's just me. But you don't have to. You can just split it off of one and then send it to the other. Whatever you feel like doing. There we go. Good. Okay, so that is 1/2 of what we're doing, right? Because the other half I'm going to send over that way, and we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do it with screws. So we're going to bring in another splitter right here, and we're going to split it again. All right, close enough. Okay. So we've got to get our stuff from up there down to here. Now, one of the best ways I find to really do a great job of splitting stuff is to use the industrial storage. The industrial storage does a great job of allowing you to run one thing into something and then split it into 2 things without actually using a splitter, because I can run this out of the bottom here at a certain speed. So I can run this out at the bottom at, say, 120. Which is then going to go 120 into 60, and then 60 into 1515, which is what we wanted to do. And so we can go ahead and make sure that we're going 240, though, out of here. And we're going to run it into there if we can. Oh, can't afford because I don't have the stuff on me. Let me go grab it. I've got a bunch more hiding over here. Let's grab it. Ew. Let's grab a bunch of it. There we go. That's why I always keep extra stuff laying around. You're always running out. So let's go ahead and run this. Let's hope it doesn't clip. Survey says... Perfecto! Perfectimus. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, now that's going to start running a crazy ton of iron ore right in here. It's also going to start firing back up our extractions, too. So that's going to fire into here, and it's going to start coming out of here at 120, splitting into 60 and 60, 60, then into 30 and 30, and then 30 running into here, which is going to run out, boom, at 30 as well. So we go ahead and fire all these up. I have that as iron. Let's get all these iron, and we'll put some power to them here in just a second. And here. Yeah, I meant sending stuff up. I need to send stuff down. Yeah, if you're sending stuff from level to level, you can also just do this. You don't necessarily need that. Hold on, let's get some walls. You can try to do this. It's going to get all funky, right, like that. There's no, like, direct vertical lifters, but if you use these walls, you can do this. You can, oh, I had plates. If I had plates, I could do it. Basically, you can just attach your walls and use your walls. There we go. And just attach it like that. It's easy. That's the easiest way to make stuff lift, is to use the walls and then connect the walls together. And then on this side, you can do whatever you want, man. You can whatever on that side easily. You know what else is great for this? Is when this is on one level above, like this. Make it a lot smaller than that. Make it a thinner foundation. Let's say something like that. Is that it's going from one level to another level. See? That's what's really, really nice about those walls. So I highly recommend using walls for that kind of vertical lifting. It's also great. You can bring it down. Like, you can bring it down and run it underneath your stuff and have a real small layer. And so you have a big layer, or a big level, which is where all your constructors and whatever your stuff is. And then you have a really short layer underneath that you can run down and just run the materials underneath there. And then you can run them wherever you want them to go underneath your upper layer. Like, I could do that right now because underneath here, there's nothing. Right? Except for sand. So I could run it underneath there if I wanted to, right? I could run it down there and underneath, or I could have built this a little bit higher and done that. A lot of different ways of doing it. A lot of different ways. All right, how are we looking at our battle? 183 troops. Holy mackerel. You guys are probably telling me we're ready. Holy mackerel. That's a lot of troops. Let's go. Come on, let's start early. Or let's start on time. Get him! Holy mackerel. 171 peeps left. Oh, you guys are sexy. Sexy, sexy peeps. Rook Noob coming in. Shockwayne, CW, Torment of the Beast, getting the killer loots. Game Killer coming in with the overall MVP. Not only is he an MVP mod, but he's also MVP in the game. Peanut coming in with the most assists. Nice job, guys. Nice job. All right, I feel like we're going for the mystery one. I always like going the mystery one because sometimes we get chests. Oh my gosh, okay, that's a huge one. That is a huge one. Oh man, where to go first? Where to go first on that one? Where is the highest concentration? My job as a tank is to take on the highest concentration. Oh man. I feel like down here in the corner, pushing up right, and then circling back, or we could start right here and then push in. See, Sham Guy's already thinking right there. So you got to watch out that they don't come around and get your support from behind. That's the most dangerous thing. I don't like it when they take out my support. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to draw up a battle plan. Come on, everybody. They got a really cool feature in this game with a battle plan. So I'm going to go ahead and hold on. We gotta move it where you guys can not see my big fat head in the way. All right, battle plan, everybody. Come on, join me over here. We're going to put our tanky tanks right here. We're gonna do a C or an L reverse L formation. We're gonna get our tanks up here. That's what we're gonna do. Then we're gonna throw some melees in there. Let's cover some melees in the middles. Melees in the middles. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna pocket our support right in here. There we go. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do that, and we're gonna get it going. Bam. So obviously the little armor ones are tanks. These ones are melees, and then these arrows equal support. So if everybody gets on board with that, we're gonna kick some butt. If not, we're gonna be in trouble. Now, the reason why I brought this way out like this is so that it'll stop, hopefully, people from swinging around behind. These guys are going to kind of push up this direction. All of these guys are going to push this way. I already know it. And then they're going to basically follow the line of these mobs up around the side here probably and end up here. If not, if these guys don't get wiped out right away, then they'll probably swing back to come back over there. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how everybody does. We go along plan or not. That one, I think I'm going to run for a full 30 minutes. That's a lot of peeps. I feel like that's like the hardest mode right there. Could be. We don't know. We don't know how hard that one is. Oh, we should check. We should check and see if we've got any new scrolls. Oh, we do. We got Paladin. Oh, let's get that one. Nothing else I'm looking for right now. All right, we'll go Paladin. That's good. Let's do it. Let's do it. Alrighty. All right, everybody, come and join us. StreamCaptain.com. It is free to play. Everybody's in the chats playing it. You might as well come and join us. Have some fun. Okay, back to it, everybody. Back to it. We're going to run out of time. We got to kick some butt on this. Let's go. Okay, we got that running. We got to get our power going. Let's get our power going over here. Our production power. Let's just put it right here in the center. And then what we're going to do is we're going to give it a little boosty boost. Right there. Give it that next level action. We're going to get it making some ignits. Here we go. Nice. So we're going to grab this. And we're going to run it right to the other side. Take it on through to the other side. What about right here? Yeah, I'm feeling like right there looks good. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to use a double-sided wall power like this, so we can run it right to that double-sided wall power, kind of in the center. Was that in the center? That wasn't in the center. Center's right here. Hold on now. Hold on, you. Over here. Doesn't have to be in the center, but, let's do it if we're going to do it. All right, we'll grab that power. We'll run it back to our central power there. And we're running it inside our factory. Now, I unlocked that little wall thing. I unlocked that using tickets. You can go ahead and unlock that in your ticket thingy. Very fun. All right, I think this should be enough to run all 4 of these. Over here. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to go ahead and fire these up. Told to do iron rods. Now, make sure you come in here and you tell it what to do. Now, I do have the alternate recipe, alternate recipe for iron rods, but I'm not going to bother with it right now. Okay, same thing here. Here we go. Now, these are be producing at 15 per minute. And you're like, well, Kismet, wait a minute. That's 15, 15, 15, and 15. That's only 60. You said it was going to be 120. It is going to be 120. The second we go up here and we fire these ones up above. Because guess what? Ta-da! We got more of them up here. So let's get going on that. We need to put another one down right here. So let's get our other one down. Constructor, slide her back in there again. Make sure she's going the right direction. There we go. And let's reconnect all of these. That one's connected, and this one over here. And again, we're going to need some power. Yep, that's going to a different. That's going to a different direction. Must fix wrong direction wall. Yeah. Wrong direction wall, still wrong direction. Trolling me, are ya? Nope, no, this one's the wrong direction now. No, these two are the wrong direction. Alright, must fix. Must fix wrong direction wall. All right, here we go. Let's rotate it other way. There we go. Hey! See how it rotated it the other way just to troll me? Game. I'm on to you. You're suspect. Alright, we fixed that. Now let's go ahead and get some power. I don't know if we have another line from this power down here. We do. Perfect. Okay. Now we can do the same thing up here. We can go ahead and put in one of these. Where do we put our other one in? This is going to be 1, 2. It's going to be right about here. Yeah. So let's say right there. Oh, okay. Or we can just jump down. Whatever you feel like doing, dude. I'm trying to get some stuff done here, but if you feel like jumping down, bro, just do what you got to do. Talking to my character. All right, there we go. And more iron rods. Yay! Iron rods for days. By the way, did you know you can jump on top and set it? Much easier. All right, there we go. Boom! Iron rods for days, everybody. And then we're going to do our thing here, right? So it's going to be coming out with 15 iron rods. We're going to be doing our mergers now. Let's go and do our mergers. Bada bing, bada boom. And I'm going to speed up. I hope you don't mind, because we got to get this done. Oh, out of plates. All right, knew that. Yee-haw! Look at that jump. Let's go get some plates. Oh, I put some of these away. Get more plates. All right, that was fun. Jumping off the top turnbuckle. Don't forget, there's an update to Fallout 76 on consoles. Yeah, I know. I already did that earlier. It screwed me over on Thursday. Yeah, it screwed me over. I right before I started the stream, they did the update, and it was like a 3-hour update. For some reason, see, the weird thing about console is that it goes tremendously slower than my PC when it comes to using my internet connection. It goes way, way, way slower, which is a bummer. All right, so what do we got? We got 15, 15 into 30, 30, and then this is going to become 60. Again, always doing the math, so I'm not putting the wrong belts in. Got to have the correct belts for the correct job. All right, there's 60 there. And then down here, I want to do the same thing. Mergers. I just programmed my merger to my button, by the way, which is how I can pull that up very quickly. I still go in there even though I know I don't want to go in there. Oh, that's going to be a problem. You know what? Let's do an offset merger over here. That's what I call an offset merger, where it's lined up on one side and then this side's coming into here. And we're doing that because we want to run it down the line here. All right, so we need to get that from up there down to here. I'm gonna take that out. How's our stators looking? Dope! Stators.com, everybody. We making stators like nobody's business over there. Now we doing like we do. Okay, now we need a big old fat factory over here. I don't think we're gonna get it done in time. It's going to be close. We got to make all of this other side over here, make that happen. Now here's the cool thing. The cool thing is that we already know how to build this right here, right? We already know how to build this. Basically, we can build it exactly the same as we built it over here. So we've already got that down. We've already got half of it running. I have been playing for 4 hours. Thanks for letting me know. We've got that down. We've already got this run, so we can run it from here across and down and start it over here. So let's go ahead and start with that first. We're going to start with running our resources here. So we're going to go ahead and just tap into the top of this, and we're going to run this at 120 over here, and we'll make it look nice, tapping into the thing we already got going on. And let's say right about there. And now we need the same thing, right? We need 4 across and then 4 above. So let's do that. Let's say something like that. I'm gonna offset this. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Should have learned our lesson. We've actually got to do... We got to put this... we got to put this like we did before, right? Like right up against that edge. But then we got to push it 1 forward so we can put the wall there. Right? So there we go. Now we learned our lesson, right? We learned our lesson from last time. Got to push it forward so we have the wall. We can build our little walls here. And then we'll center our conveyors. Like that. Looking sweet. You can actually even just stand on the outside here and run those, by the way. You guys have never done that. That's awesome. I loves it. Makes it super easy. This one's too far out. I was holding down control, but apparently it didn't want to listen. There we go. And again, I hope you don't mind. We already built this earlier, so I am going to go a whole lot faster. If you missed it, you can watch my thing back from before. But we're going to make a nice little window right here. Again, we need to look at how high up this is, right? So it's a double window and then a thing up above. So let's go ahead and do a double window like that. And then we know we're going to put our conveyor up above. So it's much easier when you know. You already have it all planned out. Much easier. And I like to use the thicker ones like that. Now, we don't have to use the thicker ones. You can use the thinner ones. And using the thinner ones, obviously, you don't have to build up as high. But I like using the thicker ones because I feel like they would actually hold the machinery, where the thinner ones would not. That's just me and my crazy ideas. You know, that's dashed away to cookie crumbles kind of thing. I feel like we need to fix this power, too. This power is right in my way. Let's move this power to this side. Let's run this power across to that one, so that power keeps going. Let's take this out. Let's reconnect this to this. There we go. All right, that'll all keep running. Alrighty, so we've got that. We're going to need our smelters out here. Are we going to have enough room for our splitters and smelters? That's the thing. Before we get too much further, we need to make sure that we're going to we have enough room for our splitters and smelters. Let's get that right up against the edge. Not too much. I don't like it to be too close. Let's say right there. And then smelter. Over here. Smelter. So we're just basically building the same exact thing again. But we want to make sure that we're not too close to this belt. And we are too close. That's too close. See, it's going to make it really hard for me to run behind it. So, no problemo. You're like, Kismet, you got to take all that down. Watch this. You ready? Gone. Bye-bye. You're like, Kismet, how you doing that? Holding down control. Bam. Bye-bye. Easy. Easy, everybody. Easy. Okay. See, I don't mind tearing stuff down. I don't mind at all. That's why I always double check. Now, let's go ahead and make this a little bit easier. This time, we're going to go ahead and do it this way. We're going to do smelter first. All right, so smelter. Let's say here. That's still too close. Still too close. Let's push it out one more. Let's say smelter there. Then we're going to go ahead and use our splitter. Yeah, that should be fine. That should be fine. Okay. So let's go ahead and actually start with our walls. They're going to be right here. And then we'll backtrack from that. Then splitter. Make sure it's going the right direction. Actually, oh, we forgot to put it. I got to put my things in first. Put my things in first, because it's not showing me the line, and the reason why it's not showing me the line is because I don't have my things in. These line up real nicely off the walls. So I like about them. They're They line up perfectly. The walls were made for constructors. Okay, well, at least they should. Let's see. Try that again. And again. Faster, Kismet. Faster! Dazzle us with your speed building. All right, let's do it. Give me a challenge. Come on, let's go. I'll take on the challenge. We'll take it on. We'll make it happen. Oh, or maybe not. All right, button. Feel free to click when I click you. Yeah, there we go. Got things to get done here. And up there we go. And again, we'll go ahead and splitter, which I have on my button. And we want it to line up. There we go. Line up. Turn that way. That lined up? That doesn't look lined up to me. Something funky about that. I could tell right the second I clicked it. There we go. All right. Now we got that to line up off of. And then we can line up off both of these. Good. Those splitters in. Looking sexy. Now we're going to get our smelters in. Another great thing about having lots of resources is that you don't have to constantly worry about running back every 5 seconds and getting more resources. But at some point, we're definitely going to run out. And let's connect all of this. I find these small ones to be the most awkward. Very, very awkward. But also amazing. This game's ability to be so subtle in what you can connect and unconnect and how you connect stuff and how you put down boxes and bars and walls. Hey, Corey! Is second to none. There is no game that allows you to build so precisely as Satisfactory. I've never found one that's been where it was built so smart, right? Where you got these edges when you're building and you're putting stuff down and you want to put another one over next to it, you just go right on the edge. You try to do that in 7 Days to Die, you'd be screwed because you got to get right along the very thin edge of it and you got to kind of fuddle with it and then boop, then it will, it might be able to do it. But here in Satisfactory, they've already figured that out, which big thanks to them. Big thanks to them for getting that figured out. Okay, let's do it. Let's get our conveyors up here. And I feel like it's got to be way up there like that. There we go. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's 5. Come on, you. It's too. That one's too high. That one's good. That one's too high. All right, overestimated on that one. Try it again. So I could just count it every time, and then it would be perfect every time. There we go. I was counting that time. Come on. There we go. Okay, more splitters. Back here. Again, we already talked about this earlier, so I hope you don't mind if I speed up. This is the speed at which I build when I'm not usually on stream. I usually go really, really fast. I slow down on purpose on stream. Otherwise, I feel like you get the effect of someone comes in and is like, what the heck did you just do, Kismet? Right? You get that effect. I've gone in some people's streams. They did something really cool. I'm like, whoa, what was it? I missed it. And they're already on to the next 10 things. So the first time I build something, I'll slow down a bit to give you a bit of an idea. And then after that, I'm all full in. I'm full in, everybody. I go all the way in. Now, this might be too steep. Right here, yeah, a little too steep there, but that's okay. What we'll do is we'll take this out. We don't need that one up there, and we'll go ahead and bring it down just a little bit, right to there, right to here. This should be a level 2 belt. belt down to there. Oh, I could have just used that. Hold on, I can just use this. Even better idea. Mo better. All right, there we go. Okay, now here comes our 120. 120 being broken up into 60 and 60. 60 being broken up into 30 and 30. And GG, we're ready to rock. Easy mode, easy. All right, how are we looking over here? Let's go ahead and upgrade this one to serious power. You have the power of Grayskull. All right, let's go. Oh, wait. That's not a, oh, that's not a power line. Is that a power line? No, that is a power line. Okay, that is I have power lines and I have transport lines. I have to be careful that I don't hit the wrong, yeah, these are both going into there. Why are those both going into there? Let's take that out. This is a construction line. I gotta watch out. I won't mess that up. That's going to there, and that's going to those. But that's going to here. And that one's going to there. Okay. This is a power line, and then that go to there. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere nice. Okay. Again, we want to keep all of our power lines separate so we can still, just in case we run out of power, we can keep it going. We can turn that power off and then keep our other power going. And we'll upgrade this to pole level 2. Start all these babies firing up. There we go. We got to tell it what to do, though. Tell it to make iron. Iron. Alright, now it's going to make some iron. It's going to lift that iron up to the top. Up to the tippy top. Since we already know what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and do it from down here. Go ahead and put a little wall power right there. And we're going to run this here up into there. And then we'll run a wall power, double-sided wall power right into there. And that will go into there. And then we've got all of our power rocking and rolling for our second level. But let's work on our first level first. Got all those going. Let's tell it what we want these to make. Iron rods. Iron rods away. All right, now let's go ahead and build our second level. Okie dokie. Let's go ahead and build out our production. Our constructors. Again, I hope you don't mind if I speed up. We're just doing the same exact thing we did earlier. If you missed it, you can watch the VOD later. Feel free. That's why it's there. Alright, why am I not able to jump out of here? There we go. Actually, let's have a little fun. Let's go up here and do it. Here we go. Ah. Little touch of lag. first one is iron rods. In fact, they're all iron rods. All the way down. All right, iron rods en route. Now we need screws, we need motors, or we need rotors, and then we need motors. So we need a crazy ton of screws. So we got to look. Doing good, doing good. Thanks for coming in. So we got to look at our diagram once again. How many of these suckers do we need for screws? Well, guess what? We're gonna need three per output of 2 of these, right? So we're going to need a lot. We're going to need a lot. So we're going to look at 2 of these and say, okay, we need 3 for the 2, right? So when we go through and we do the split, we're going to need to split it in such a way where we have 3. And we're going to go ahead and put them up to the upper levels for each of these groups. And we're going to try to figure that out right now. So let's say we need 4 and 4, so we need 6 per level. So 6 per level. So 6 down there, and then 6 up here at the top level. Because if we think about it, right, this is coming out at 15, and we look at our inputs over here. We look at our inputs of our constructors. The input's actually 10. So what we need to do is we need to take 2 of them, combine it together to make it 30, and then take 30 and split it to 10, 10, and 10, which will then go into 3 of them, right? So that's basically what we need to do. We need to keep that in mind while we're doing it. So let's go ahead and start with these 2 over here. And let's just start with the top side first, and then we'll work on the bottom side. All right, start with the top. And we're going to do mergers now. So logistics merger. And so again, we're coming out, merging it over here. And that's going to make 30 right there. And then we're just going to turn right around and split it again so the math comes out right. And so, got that? Yep. I like to leave a little bit of a gap. You don't have to, but I do. Just so I can actually see it running. Just me. Dash me in my ideas. Alright, that's running out. Okay, now this one we run into trouble here. What are you doing, mouse? What are you doing, crazy mouse? Doing crazy stuff. Hold on. Crazy stuff. Okay. Crazy. This one you run into trouble here because your all of the ones coming out of here are not going to line up perfect, right? So what do we do? All right, what do we do if they don't line up perfect? Well, we can offset it one direction. We can offset it the other direction. That will work as well. So what we're going to do is use an offset setup. Well, we're going to run it down one single line, and then we're going to run it down, we're going to split it to all the other lines. So we're going to kind of set it halfways like this. Make sure we got it turned the right direction. We're going to set it halfways like that, and we're going to run this one into there. Notice how I moved it forward, by the way. I moved it forward, so it's not just going to come straight out. These are going to be a bit offset. Now, of course, the better idea is to reverse engineer this, and I'll run that battle here in a second, is to reverse engineer this where you put this, and then you work your way backwards from that. Normally, that's what I do. That's what I did on the other side, but you don't have to do it. It's not required. You can do it like this as well. Let's feed a 3-line, like that. Still going to feed it in at the same rate. It's just that depending on which one I put down first is which one it's going to get to, right? The shorter conveyor is going to get there quicker, in theory. But once it starts to backlog, doesn't really matter because you're going to have a whole bunch of them anyway going on. And let's go ahead and finish this up, and then we'll do that battle. Oh, I ran out of wire. running out of wire. Get a whole bunch of wires, so stop running out of it. How are we doing on time? Oh, close. We might run over just a bit. All right, let's do this battle real quick while I'm running around. Let's do it. Bam! How many we got? 210. Holy moly. We might have this. We are absolutely kicking butt. Nothing can stop us to battle! Ha ha! Suckers! All right, there we go. Grant rewards. Let's see. Oh, man, you guys getting tons of loot. Game Killer getting 50 gold. Slap you later. Coming in MVP. Nice, nice. All right, boss time. Let's get him. Let's get this boss. Oh, yeah, we could do that, I think, with even 75 peeps. But let's go ahead and set it at 100. 100 peeps. We're going to fire that up. It's kind of far away, though. Kind of far away. Maybe I should have went right there. But I feel like right here will be a bit safer. Over there. Yeah, I think we got that. Bit safer to start so our peeps aren't in-runded. They don't go around behind. All right, same thing here. Come on, let's get this done. We got to make some screws. Right over here. And again, we'll run this. Wait, this middle one. Side one. And side one there. There we go. Very nice. Okay, those are running in. Now we're making screws. 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 I'm surprised we haven't lost power again. Screws. Screws. And over here, some screws. Oh, man, this is nice. Whew, sexy. So sexy, feel like it's going to hurt myself. All right, now this one, we're going to have to take one of these out so we can move this forward. Move that right to there, and then we'll run one of these back to here before we forget. We'll go ahead and upgrade this to pole level 2. And then we good. Boom. We're going to need an extra pole over here. Nice. All right. Wow. I wonder what our power's at right now. It's getting up there, everybody. It is getting up there. Crossing that 2,000 mark. All right. We're making some screws, everybody. Guess what? That's only one half of this, baby. Let's get down here. Make some more. All right. How we looking? Oh, yeah, we're already filled with iron rods. Already filled with iron rods. Let's go ahead and make that math all work out. What do we got right now? We got a merger. All right, that's what we're looking for. Merger. All right, so this is, again, 15, 15. That's 30, 30. Then we'll go ahead and do no more splitters. In that side. And then 30 coming out of there. We go ahead and build our offset constructors. Let's look down the center line. Which is right there. Let's offset them a little bit so we know we can get our conveyors to them. Yeah, let's say right there. Sometimes you get stuck in the conveyor belts, by the way. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny when that happens. Oh, I offset it just a little bit to the right, but oh well. It'll be fine. It'll be just fine. Whoa, look at that little weird glitchiness there. That's me holding down control. Too funky. All right, screw control. All right, get those iron rods in there, brah. All right, same thing down here. We're going to take one of these out. Run this forward. Run that back. Upgrade this. And away we go. Oops. Got to do the second line. All right, second line over here. Now we run it back over here. All right, those are all looking good. Now we just tell it to be screws. Be screws, bro. That's why we had to run that coal, because otherwise, this gonna run out of power. All right, looking good here. Making screws like nobody's business. Now we need to kind of expand this a little bit so we can walk around up here. All right, again, speeding up on the building. Hope you don't mind. Right, coming out at 40. Coming out at 40. Each of those. And so we're going to go ahead and do our assembler now. Let's just put it up here so we can look at it. And we're making rotors. So each screw needs to come in at 100. So what we're going to do is we're going to take 100, 480. We're going to take 480 and we're going to split it into five rows. So So coming out of here at 40, 80, 120. That's 120, that's 240. $240 on that side, so yeah, we'll do 100, 100, and then 80 maybe. Or we could do them all at like 90. Let's make the math easy. There's like 4 or 5 different ways to do that. Waiting on this game to come to Steam's to pick it up. Shouldn't be long now. No, it's apparently they're working on it. They said soon. Soon it will be there. All right, so this is going to be the toughest one, making this work. So we could take, we could run it in 240 and 480 into the same one. That'll be 480, and you're coming out 240 and 240. We can split 240 in half. It'd be 120, 60, 30. We might need a spreadsheet for this. Hold on a sec. This is a perfect spreadsheet thing right here. Hold on. Let me go ahead and Windows out. Let's get our spreadsheet up. You're like, kidding me? You have a spreadsheet for this game? I do. I actually do. Let me go ahead and pull it up here. Take me a minute. Alrighty. Okay, bam. So yeah, we've got a spreadsheet for all of this stuff. Now also I've got a calculator thing that will actually calculate numbers. So if we have 480, which is right here, it's probably hard for you guys to see. We have a 480 split number. Now we can tell it how to divide. So if we divide it by 2, it's going to be 240. But if we divide it by 3, we take 480 and we divide it by 3, it's going to be 160. 160 each. And what we want to do is we want to get it to a number that lets us split it up much better. Because if you divide it by 3 and then divide it by 3 again, it's going to be 50, and then you can recombine it as well. But it's not going to work out well math-wise. It's going to be pretty tough. So we've already got it at 40/40, which is 80. So we could, in theory, just run it at 80 into each of them and feed the excess back into the circuit. I feel like that's the better, easier math. There's like the perfect math, and then there's the, oh my god, I don't want to spend all the time splitting and remerging and splitting and remerging to make that work. I feel like it's always a better idea to go with a simpler plan that's not as perfect than to go with the part that requires so much extra resources and so much extra time to make all of that work. So we're going to go ahead and just do 80. We're going to run it as 80. It's going to run at a little bit slower pace, but that's okay. We're going to run each line at 80. We're going to do it right here at our merge, or right here at the exit with our mergers. We're going to fix the math right here. Let's go ahead and do our mergers here. Because that's coming out at 40 and this is coming out at 40, that's 80. 80. 80. And then this is going to get fed into our 5 assemblers, which are going to be down here. Assemblers, I think we got enough room over here. Oh yeah, we got some room. We got some room. Okay, we're going to run them this way, and then we'll run that over there. And then all of this is going to circle back and go into that machine. And then that machine is going to run it all the way back to our elevator there. So we're going to run a bit long on this one. We're almost there. We just got to get our assemblers going down here. And then we'll be off and running. Where's the middle of this? Let's say right like this. Now here's the thing, if we're running that in there at a slower pace, at an 80, so when this comes out, this is 40, 80, this actually will allow me to do more than 5, right? Because this is actually going to be 6 of these. So I could, in theory, just do 6, and they'll just all be running at a slower pace, but they do require more power. Let's go ahead and just try that and see how she looks. So, now what we need to do is we need to run this out of here at 120. So let's make sure that we've got our 120 belt. Let's just run it to the end, like that. Screws in. Oh, not perfect, but oh well. We'll just go ahead and do a little bit of this. Easy peasy. Run that into there. Make sure we're using our faster lifts. Give it a guesstimate. There's 3 of them there. And that one's... Oh wait, there's 2 and 2. What am I doing? 2 there. Oh no, I was right. I was right. 3. It's 3 and 3. 3 at the bottom, 3 at the top. And level 2 here. You gotta use your level 2 belt because that goes at 120 because this is 40, that's 80, it's faster than your 60 belt. So 120s, and then these go down in 120s into all of those. And that's looking good. And then we'll do the same thing over here, except for not quite as high up. We'll just do the same side since that's what we used before. And we're going to go ahead and use our splitter. That's a merger. Splitter. Right on this one. So we look at the offset. So we say, okay, we will count 1, 2, and up, and then in, and then out. This one here. That one there. Oh wait, no. That's what normally I would do, but I don't need to do that. You know why? Because I'm going to be merging these together and then running them over there. Because I'm doing them at 80 and not recombining them and then running them. So yeah, watch out for that. Just about did that wrong. Okay, merger is what I need. Merger. Alright, there's an 80 there. 80 there. And 80 there. Oops, too fast on that belt. Downgrade. No reason to waste resources making it faster than it needs to be. Alright, now this will be fun. Let's go ahead and set this here. How about here? Right there. Sounds good. Now this should be an MK2 belt. Let's have you go first one. Let's have you go in the wrong direction. Just as I clicked. That's when it switched. Alright, there we go. And we're going to have you go right there. Have you go right there. And then you can just go like that. Alright, perfecto. Alright, when we're ready to fire this baby up, we just need to bring our rods over next, which we'll get to here in a bit. Let's go ahead and grab our power. Last one on the right. Take that one out. Take this and run this forward. You can make that all pretty. I just make it functional. That's how I do. Pretty's for later. I try to make it nice as I go along. But again, I know that I'm going to probably tear most of this down. What number am I on? Number 6 of 7. So let's power line in. You try to make it as functional first and then bring back the pretty later. Okay, so this is making a crazy ton of rotors. Let's go ahead and start the rotors up here so I can start putting the screws in there and start backlogging those screws. Alright. That should, yep, start putting the screws in. Very nice. There it goes. Tons and tons of screws flowing into all 6 of those. Now we're going to go ahead and get our rods that we built over here. And let's see, what do we run those rods to? Run those rods. Hold on. Run the rod. Oh, right here. Right here. We haven't combined them yet. All right. Hold on. Steel pipes and wire. Those are good. I don't think we've combined our... Yeah, we haven't combined out all of our rods yet. Okay. So, how do we want to run our rods? I kind of feel like right down the center here. Looks sexy. Come up with that. And let's see again. These are coming out at 15, so that's 30. That's 30, that's 60. 60 ought to do her. Okie dokie. So we got our lower level rods coming. 60 rods there. And we should have another 60 rods up here. Yep. And we should be able to see it from up here. We could combine that together. Kind of feel like that's what we might do. Let's just do that. Now, one of the cool things you can do, if you haven't seen me do it yet, is you can just add a merger or a splitter right onto the line. And that's pretty awesome. So we're going to go ahead and say, let's say something like this. Wait for it to lag like crazy. See if we can spin that around. And nope, too steep. Huh, you can get that side. That's even cooler. That's even cooler. All right, there we go. So those are going to merge together. They're coming out at 60, and then they're going at 120. So now we need to go back to the 120 speed belt. There we go. And that's just going to allow less belts. Okay, so now we need the same thing here. And we need to, of course, lift these up off the ground. This. Now these we want to be even. Oh, that pole's going to be right in the way. We'll fix that in a second. Splitter. Oh, merger. Splitter. Right off the middle here. 1, 2. There we go. That's where we need that. And then we need another splitter, which is splitting it before that point. So this is going to come in and then go straight. Like that. Again, we're doing a bit more advanced stuff. Oh, that doesn't need to be. That doesn't need to be 120. It's going to go 60, 60, and 60, so we can go down to slower belts. This can be taken out, so we can make sure that that is going to end up correctly. Like that. There we go. And then slower belts. There. And let's see how we do here. Yep. Just barely in the way. That is too bad. Bye-bye. So close. Okay, let's make sure we get that connected there. Didn't really need to do that, but oh well. Okay, let's get these all reconnected. Missing one. Oh, this one's got to feed back to the in one. Feed back to the in one. Yep, there we go. Okay, so that's going to come down and feed into there and then split. Then it's going to go way down over here. We've got to do a little bit of magic over here as well. And we're doing single lifters. Yeah, let's say right about there. So let's say 2 high. Yeah, the 2 up. Oops. Okay, whatever. Getting into it now, aren't we? We're getting into it, man. That's how you do right there. That's how you make that happen. Alright, now we just need to bring the line down and we good to go. See, how many is that? 1, 2, 3. Let's say right about here. This needs to be a 120. We're going to see if this works. Now, it's going to run at a slower production than it should, but that's okay. We're going to let it run. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm bringing the rods in. I'm bringing them in. They're going to split among these 3. And they're also, well, they're going to split like that. One's going that way. One's going this way. It's going to split among those 3 and then split among these 3 up here. When all of that starts to feed in there, it's going to fire up all that production. We'll be firing out rotors like nobody's business. And then all of these rotors need to merge together. And then eventually meet up with the stators, and then the stators and the rotors are going to be making motors. And that is our kind of ultimate thing that we're making right now, so we can pump those motors into here. And it needs 2 motors per minute, which is more than enough, right? We didn't really need to build this massive thing, but we're going to need tons and tons of motors because we need tons and tons of modular engines. It only makes 1 per minute. We need 2,000. That's 2,000 minutes. So eventually we're going to need to make more of these manufacturers as well to make that happen. So we're just trying to scale up to the fact that we're going to scale up manufacturers eventually too. But right now we just want it to be running, right? We want to at least get something going. So let's go ahead and go all the way down to the end here, and we're going to feed this. Woof, woof. Woof, woof. We're going to feed this this direction. And I kind of feel what we're going to do is we're going to take out, we'll eventually take this part out here too, and we'll run it all down to the end. But we're going to back feed it for right now, right to here. So let's go ahead and put another assembler here, this way. And then what we're going to do is very easily just take this one. Again, we want to make motors. So we want to bring our stators in at 10 per minute. Well, guess what? They're coming in here way faster than 10 per minute. But that's okay. We're just going to run our simple belt, and we're going to run it right there. Very nice. Okay, no, 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 no. It's touching. It's touching. Bad monkey. No. No clipping. Let's just run it on the ground, I guess. All right, there we go. That one's good to go. And then we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do the mergers in that direction. So right here, we got tons of rotors, and this one's 4. So remember, the first one you don't have to do. That's the first merger you don't have to do. That one you can just run. So we're going to go ahead and do mergers. Going to set that to my button. And we're going to turn the merger so that it merges and then goes that way. All right, so let's see if we're good enough. Yep. And again, we only need the lowest level belts here to do rotors, because there are only 4. And then this one here, now that's 8. All right, and that's basically what you want to do. You want to basically count as you're going along. It's going to make it way easier on you. You also want to do all of these mergers at the same time because they'll all be facing the correct direction. I feel like that one wasn't quite right. That pole was messing me up. There we go. Okay, now we just kind of walk down the line here. Oh, and we're out of plates again. That was a lot of plates we used. Again, see, this is why I have this stuff lifted up off the ground, so I can get by without all the belts in the way. That's going to help him quite often. Bam. Give me them plates. All of this for motors. This is all just for motors, everybody. It's pretty crazy. It's a lot of stuff we're running. But it's pretty fun. Okay, there's our rotors coming out of there. We're doing a 3 here. Make sure we got that one going in there. We do. All right, so 4, 8. Okay, so the first 2 are 8, that's 8. Then you do another 2, that's 16. All right, so you're at 16 now. You don't want it to go past 60 because that's the speed of your belt. That's why we're always counting. Run this into here. That into there. And then this. Clearance. Watch out for your clearance, Clarence. Bam. All right. Mission number 1. Make some motors. There we go. 5 per minute. So those motors need to make their way back over here to this. Which one are we going to use for motors? The last one. Okay. Feel like we could run those motors right to here. Nice to snack the poles on top of there. I think I might be able to squeeze them in right there. Just, oh, it's always something. Concrete. Let's just do that. Okay, and then the motor's coming out. And our motors are going to run in, which is going to fire up, finally, our massive manufacturer here. And it's going to start putting motors in there. It's going to put it in there way more than 2. And we've got way more than 15 going in there and way more spark plating than 2. We have a huge backlog of those as well. Another thing we can do is do a standalone, bro. We just start grabbing all the extra resources and throwing it into boxes and let it burn up all the extra resources that we've just been backlogging while we've been making all the rest of this stuff. That's a great way to do it as well. Also, if you've got motors on you, which I think I have some, I have 49 motors on me. I can literally just put those motors in here to get this fired up. Boom. And then off it goes. Now it's doing modular engines, while the rest of the motors are backlogging and being produced and running in there. Ooh, our first fire up. There we go. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is we need to come back and we need to scale this up. But we don't have enough time to scale that up, but at least we got it running for now. We'll go ahead and take our hyper tube back. Actually, we're real close here. We'll just run. We'll take it back and we'll go look and make sure that that stuff is running into there. And then we're going to switch over to Wastelanders. All right, so while I'm running back here, let's go ahead and start this battle. Get him! Oh, boss down. Oh my gosh, they got annihilated. Wasn't even close, bro. That wasn't even close. All right, open the captain's chest. Give you guys some love. Boom. Oh, look at all those epics. Nice, nice. Everybody getting some love there. Another boss down. All right, let's get on to the next one. All right, we're going to set this one at 50. See how we do. See how we do. All right, there we go. All right. Hey, Razawall, what's up? Hey, Big JP. Hey, Flute, what's up? Thanks for coming in. Waiting on this game to come to you. Well, any game like this, my OCD crosses with my creativity, so always become complicated. Yeah. Don't waste so much time early game getting all of it perfect, because eventually you're just going to be able to, you're going to be tearing it down anyway. Like this right here. See how this is running? And I have this running down. I have all this stuff running nicely along conveyor belts or whatever. I'll be tearing everything down. Everything. All of it down. Why? Because I'm going to have faster extraction. I'm going to have faster belts. I'm going to have the ability to produce stuff at a really higher level. And as well as I could use trains and I can use other stuff in the later game that I can't use right now because I don't have that unlocked yet. So building perfectly, unless you can really think far ahead, which I can, but that's how I like to build. I like to build in waves, right? So you build at the very beginning of the game, and then you build kind of mid-game, which is where I am right now, and then you build more for in-game where you're building massive, massive stuff. And we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Right now, we're waiting for our first motor to come down the line here. Our first thingy thing. And now I'm standing on the space, standing by the space elevator. We've already got some of them in there. We've already got 22 modular engines in there. But we're waiting for our modular engines, our first modular engine off of our new assembly line to come all the way down to over here. So we're kind of watching for it. Now over in this other box over here are a ton of these versatile frameworks, which we've already run into the space elevator from before. Now we have another thing that we have to do, which we're going to need to scale up for that too, which is the other half of what we're doing here. Now, what you can also do, by the way, instead of just building this giant production and then build another production, what you can do is just let this one run until it's full, then shift this production to do what you were going to build this one for. And that's what we may do in this. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But let's see if it comes down the line. Hopefully I ran it on the line well. Let's go see. Let's run back a bit. Wow, and almost fall. Or completely fall. All right, so we're going to run back this way and see if we see anything coming down the line here. It should be back here. Ah, there it is. That's all the work. We did all the work to make that thing. All that work we did today. How long was that? It was 5 hours. 5 hours of work just so we can make that one right there. Now, all we need is another 70. It's going to make 1 per minute. So if you think 70, if you have all your power running, I could literally walk away from this in an hour and a half and it will be done. It'll be done, right? So we can let this run 1.5 hours. Then the next time we come in, we could retool our production to work on the other one. The other one that we need, we're just going to watch this. We're going to follow it all the way down. Or actually, we'll go this way so we can watch what's coming up ahead. The other one that we need is along the same line as this, right? Along the same line where we have to build a ton of those. We also need to make a ton of computers and a ton of that stuff as well. But I feel like the main thing we want to do right now is the modular engines, the modular stuff, so we can feed it into, or keep it feeding into our space elevator while we're doing something else. And I feel like as you're going along, you're constantly doing this. You're doing, okay, I need more power. I need to add more stuff. I need more power. I need to add more stuff. I need more power. And you're always kind of going back and forth between that. Unless you spend a tremendous amount of time going and looking for coal and looking for water and then making so much power that you never have a problem. But I kind of go back and forth because I feel like that's the most efficient thing to do is to get your power working well and then shift and build. And then when your power starts having a problem, then you shift back. Because this way your whole entire production is running the whole entire time while you're busy doing something else, building and doing whatever. Like in this case, it's making these. Now again, this makes these 1 per minute. It takes a long time to make these suckers. But we have the capability now to make more than 1 per minute. We could be making 5, we could be making 10 per minute if we really wanted to ramp it up. We could supercharge it and put all of our extra resources in there and make it go faster. And we'll work on that tomorrow because we're going to be doing this again, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, playing some Satisfactory. And we'll get that going on. Get that going on here in a minute. But let's watch this first one. Go on in there, and then we'll do... then we're going to switch over to Wastelanders. I'm going to take a quick break in between. And then we'll do some Wastelanders up in here. Zoom! There it goes. All right. Number 23 is in there now. And again, next time we're going to be doing adaptive control units. And that's when we need the modular frames. And that's when we need the computers and all of that. That's going to be a lot of stuff to make. As well as we're going to need a lot of these, which we already have the production for. We don't have the production for these. Don't have the production for this. And we don't have the production for that. So we're really in trouble there, right? But if we look at computers, we run over here. I don't know if I have enough to make another one of these manufacturers, but we'll give it a shot. No, I don't have the plastic or motors on me. But if we look at what we need for computers down the road, I think actually we could go... what's our thing that allows us to look up the stuff? I forget what it is. I forget. There's something that allows us to look it up. I can't remember. What we can do is we can go back over here and look in our construction item as well. Like, we need to make a bunch of circuit boards, so we're going to need plastic and copper sheets, high-speed connectors. Oh boy, we got a lot. We got a lot to do. And if we want to look at computers, we're going to need plastic, which we have plenty of, circuit boards, which we don't have any production for right now. So we need to also make a circuit board production. And we have a lot of steel rods. In fact, we have extras that we can run for running circuit boards and get that done as well. I think I have a bunch of extra ones too, but that's not gonna, if you have a whole bunch of extras, it's going to eventually burn through those really quickly. So it's better to actually create the production. But again, our production is going to keep pushing our power higher and higher and higher. Look at that. We're at 2,000 power. We have 700. Well, actually less than 700 left. We just kind of peaked 2,200. So we have about 500 peak left. So that's not going to cut it. That's not going to cut it for all the stuff we want to do. And that's why I didn't add the other big manufacturers, because we don't have enough power to run those big manufacturers. But if we just let it run for an hour and a half, we'd have it done. And then we can retool all of that stuff to be something else. Right? Like right now, it's making a bunch of stuff that I don't necessarily need right now, right? It's making a bunch of cement. It's making a bunch of wire and other stuff over here that's being used for stuff, but it's not necessarily the stuff I need right this moment. I'd love to be able to go in. All right, take it easy, Rathwell. Alright, I'm confused. I'm confused. Okay. Alright, well. That, we'll talk about that another day. Alright. Sorry, mod stuff. Mod stuff, we'll get back to it later. Let's stay focused on what we're doing, though. So we're going to let those run. We've already got production for these. And we have a huge backlog of these I've been running into here. So we could just transfer these over to our production, and we don't necessarily have to make a bunch of them. They'll already be pre-made. And we can just let that, we can even make more than what we can actually use. And let those run for computers and just burn all of those. There's no reason to save them. The whole purpose of them are for them to become something else. And that's the thing you get to in the game. That the purpose of everything that you're making is to become something else, which unlocks something else, which unlocks the next thing, and so on and so forth. Until you get it all unlocked, which takes a little while. Speaking of, over here, we've got, again, some more computers and things like that we need to make, and some heavy modular frames. We need to get that going. On our next time, we're going to work on heavy modular frames and computers. And then those will let us build the item we need, which is this one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we had a peak drop-off. Yeah, we had a drop-off. See that? Went up and down, up and down. We're going to have a power problem. We're going to have a power problem. There's nothing we can do about it. Yeah. Kick it on again. Yeah, see, we're peaking up here. And then what's happening now is that it doesn't have enough coal again. So now it's you burning more coal, and then that coal is going to kick down. Now, what we really need to take this to another level, and I feel like we'll work on that next time, is we might just manually make them, is we'll go ahead and work on our power infrastructure. We'll go ahead and just make the computers, and we'll make the and we'll make the heavy modular frames because we have all of this stuff. We're able to make all of this stuff fairly easily. So we can just make those, upgrade that, and then we can start working on our fuel generators. Our fuel generators will eventually replace all of our coal generation. So eventually we can switch all of our coal generation over to generating steel, and then fuel generation can come from oil, which we will eventually tap all the oil we can find. Right? So we'll get into all of that because there's two oil nodes over there that we're not even using. There's a bunch more on the other side that we're not even using. So we got lots and lots of that. We'll also get our higher level conveyor belts as well. We've already got our jet packs. We can work on our trains. And then we're going to try to get the highest tier unlocked. So what we're doing right now is among the hardest stuff to do. Right? And we did it just fine today. Right? We did it just fine. We got that one going. But the modular frames and the computers are going to be the hardest thing to do. And there it keeps kicking off. Keeps kicking off. We'll have to fix that up next time. So let's save. We'll call that a save there. We'll come back. We'll work on all of that. Power up next time. There we go. So we'll power that up next time. Work some more on power. And that's good. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.